I clicked the wrong thing and I'm not even here. Hold on. Give me a second.
Oh, I got it.
Hi.
Maybe
Hello.
Hello.
it's just not. Hi. Kyle, I don't have a Nightcrest Spellrunner non-combat pet, but I also don't see it in the not collected section.
A
What does that mean?
what now? You have a fell runner?
It's a Boyd.
It's a Boyd.
Yeah.
Yeah, fell runners are Boyds, but
No. It's called the Nightcrest Spellrunner, she says.
right. And
I don't own it, but I also don't see it in my not collected list.
I don't know if not collected covers everything.
Yeah, because not collected is usually for things that you can like earn in the game. If not collected had everything from the store, it would be an infinite list of silhouettes.
Yeah.
Do you have any kind of fell runner?
No, I have a Terrorbird.
Oh, okay. Well, that's still a Boyd.
Felrunner is kind of emu-ish.
Yeah, I've seen them.
He's into emus right now.
Yeah.
His emu feet.
I use emu chicks to get through the day.
All right, so we are going to.
We want to see his house.
Yes.
So he needs to go to his house.
Right, you just go and we'll port to you, even though we're not in the group. I guess it's whatever.
How do I get there?
You. And at the top, under collectibles, housing.
Wait. Collections.
No, at the very top. Yeah, collectibles. It's in the row at the very top.
I'm on a mobile menu. Character there's not. Yeah, okay, it's in collections, housing, yeah. Notable homes. Alright, primary.
Let us know when you're there.
Traveling outside of house.
Oh, I should have gone inside.
I'm gonna
Just
travel
open the
outside
door.
first and then go inside.
Oh, okay. Like Kyle said, it's actually more property than it's house. But
Oh,
tell us when you're there.
loading.
He's a guy named
I'm
Leroy.
outside. Wow. Oh, it's.
Are you there?
a whole... Yeah, I'm here. It's nighttime. Wait, so it's like
He's
a
not
whole
in the house yet.
city? No.
I'm going to him.
Oh, I'm outside. I see. I was like, it's a whole city, and it's because I'm. I thought outside a house meant like I'd be outside of the. You know, you have.
You're outside the house, so you have to go inside.
Well, really, I mean, the whole thing is outside, but
Yeah.
Well, once you're inside, it'll be outside, yeah.
Okay, well, just wait for me to get inside. Oops.
Are you in?
we don't have permission
Yeah.
to visit Jared. He's got to allow friends.
How do I do that?
Oh,
How do I do that?
Hey, Dad, do you remember how to do that?
I am now traveling, so I'll have to wait till I get there. I'll probably be at the way shrine right outside his house.
Yeah, but I need your brain. Do you remember how to?
No, you don't. What do you want? Oh my. Let's see.
I mean, people in the USP chat are talking about that right now because they're just starting to do that.
Let's see. Did I have to do it in the house?
Probably.
I think.
Well, I'm gonna go inside mine, and I will see. Cause so Jared is now inside his house, right?
I'm on the property, yeah.
So let me see. Housing editor. Okay, so what you're going to want to do is hit F5 or however you open the housing editor.
All right, I'm in housing editor.
Okay, and then you're going to do Browse R.
Okay, I'm in browse.
And then at the upper right, there's a thing. It'll say like place, purchase.
Yeah, place,
Okay, you want
settings.
settings.
There we go.
Settings then gives you
Yeah.
social options. You can go to
Limited
visitors.
visitor.
So I think
Limited
you can
visitor.
add a player at the bottom, or you can load it if you had a different house that had people in it. You can add them. I can give you the user IDs if you want.
I mean, can't I just say limited visitor and then you guys can teleport?
I don't know what limited visitor is. I don't see
Visitor
it.
access controls the level of access for everyone. Oh, not on a visitor list or ban list. I see.
Yeah, I think
So I
you
have
just
to
want
add
to
everyone.
under social options. You want to go to visit unless you've done it at some other residence. Then you can just copy the permissions from somewhere else. But if you haven't done it yet,
I don't think he probably is.
No.
so okay, so you can either, which you probably don't want to do guild visitors because then that lets anybody in the guild, which there's a lot of people we don't know. Kyle knows them, but intimately.
Yeah.
But you want to do visitors, and then at
I
the
don't
bottom
see
will be
visitors.
R for add a player.
I don't see visitors. I see primary residence, default visitor access,
Well,
restart. Oh, I use visitors.
you got housing and you did
Yeah, add
settings.
player. Okay. I'm
You
gonna
have like
add
social
player.
options or something. Okay.
So I have to type in everyone's IDs.
Well, if you just start like the @ symbol and then
Oh, I see.
INV, it should pop up. There's not too many characters start with that, and you should get the Inverness 4.
I'm not getting any.
It's an @ symbol.
I know.
You have
That symbol INV. It doesn't pop up with any recommended.
Okay, then ERNESS4.
Okay.
This doesn't seem right. It seems like you should just
No,
allow
it
anyone to
doesn't.
walk in. Certainly there's I mean, like, I didn't do this for my house. Anyone can walk into my house at any time.
All right. And
No, they can walk in, but they're not in your instance unless they're going
No,
to your house.
Sure they are.
But have you allowed them to do guild visitors or whatever? Otherwise, you have to have an allow list. I can't just go into somebody's house.
Yeah, no, I can walk
They
into.
don't
I
know
can.
whose house it is.
I can as long you can make your houses permission for anyone to walk inside. And lots of people just yesterday someone was offering their house in group in the zone chat and saying, just walk in and let me know what you think. Because there's a way to let everyone in. There's a way to just let anyone into your house at any time. And I mean, like,
Well, you can do general, and you can say
We should do
default
that.
visitor access is
Can I-
visitor.
We should just
Can I
do that.
interrupt
But he doesn't want just anybody. He might
It doesn't
just want
matter.
only
Surely he
people he
does.
knows.
Wait, I can just do default visitor access? How
I'm
do I
pretty
do
sure.
I think so. You do default visitor access and just say visitor.
It's not like anyone's
Alright,
gonna walk
Unless you
in
want him to be a
Try
decorator
teleporting now.
or limited.
graffiti on his
You can get
walls.
To a
See
school
if
where
you
they
can get
lob
in.
off the heads of the unworthy?
Heading in.
Thank you. I'll just
All right. Did it work?
Well, I mean, I can visit primary residence, but is this his primary residence?
No, it's not. Should I set it as my primary residence?
Otherwise, I'm just traveling to player.
No.
Just travel the player.
Oh,
Yeah, just
see.
travel the player. I mean, I went to your house, Dad, when you were at your.
Yes,
real
but
estate.
you're on my list. You're on my access
Well, I
list.
see Kyle's here, so there's no problems.
Okay.
I'm coming.
Actually, there is a problem. I'm here.
Mm.
It says that 3 people are now here.
Yeah.
The cap is 24. 24
Good.
people.
So now I should say no visitors, right?
I think you
Here
probably
we
should have gotten an
are.
Yeah,
achievement
well, I'll
just
get
now.
kicked out. So what you want to do, Jared, if you haven't, is come down here.
I don't want to jump down any holes. Right?
Make sure you stop.
Now hold on. No, don't jump. You see
There's,
this little bucket?
there's 3 ways down. You can either click on this
I don't see a
rope
bucket.
here.
I see a rope.
Well,
I
you
can't
see the
click
Okay,
rope.
the
on it.
rope.
There's a
Oh, there it is.
yeah. You will. Or if you want, you come over here. This is the fun way. There's two
I
entrances.
thought jumping would be the fun way.
Mom
I did that
died.
and died.
Kyle died.
I wouldn't die. 'cause
Don't jump.
If you miss the water.
By all accounts, it didn't make sense.
Oh.
So you can run all the way down. Now there's actually
Look
rooms
around,
down
look
here.
around.
Are you coming?
Yeah.
Yeah, down here there's actually rooms. So this is like the only rooms in the place are like
This is
these.
like the
Oh, you can
house.
look out. You can't.
Oh
do
yeah, you
that.
do get this. I forgot about this.
Yep, you get 2 rooms, I think. You get this room.
This
is
isn't
another
bad.
window. Oh, you just get the 1 room, I guess, because everything else is windows.
Oh, there's
no,
one.
you
There's
get
one
this
right
room.
here.
I get a pet.
Get this room.
You get a cavern.
Well,
You
there's
get
a
this
pet.
room.
Right. If you look
And
out,
then-
you can see animals hanging out in these caves.
Then you come out here and you get the. It's still a long
Oh.
way down.
Yeah, it was close.
And then you can see the hole up above and the bucket that comes down.
Yeah.
And I think there's 3 levels to the map.
It's like
So there's
that.
places here you can like fall off.
Yeah.
Big day if you're a fan of caves. I don't know if I've even been over here.
Yeah, there's another exit. Let's see, this is the other exit. It takes you up back top and out another opening.
I don't know where I
Down
am.
Here.
Yeah, I always.
And then here's the other door to your house is here. So if you exit one door, you go to Bankarai. If you exit the other door, you go where? Alakir Desert?
Yep.
I like your.
Only thing that connects
And
the two
then,
zones.
then you can go down here and you get a view of the town and stuff down below. I put a bench here in the, so I can
Oh.
look
And
out
look
at
at that.
Yeah.
You can't go out there though, but
No.
You can see the
Meh.
the water on the rock reflecting the light.
But then there's
Ooh, over here too.
walkways on both sides, way up above, and of course this big gaping hole in the middle.
But yeah, if you stand
But
here
yeah.
long enough, you can just watch the animals.
If you click on this little thing,
Will it just teleport me?
and then you go down into the water, right next to the bucket, and then if you click on the bucket, it takes you right back up.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, there's a ramp over here behind this rock here.
Yeah.
What animals?
I heard that animals show up here. I saw one earlier too.
Yeah, I did too.
And I'm
I
wondering
saw
if this has something to do
thing.
with the. They said that something. There's a secret in this house that'll hint towards future stuff. I don't know what that means.
I don't know what that means.
But-
I'm lost.
I do, but like I don't know. They're going to be doing a secret housing thing later this year. They didn't tell us what it is. So I don't know. Is it like having animals walk around and do animations? You can have them do things. I
There's
don't
an
know.
animal here.
Oh, there's a.
Let's build some stairs and jump over the side.
I think they're one of the animals is one of the new creatures in Gold Road. Maybe that's it.
Oh, there's one standing right here.
Yeah.
He's a dune ripper or something. It looks like.
Yeah, he is. He's nice. He's patient. There's another window over here.
Can you make it back there?
It's the same area. I don't think you can no clip. You could try.
I meant, like, is there a way around?
I don't think so. He tried to eat you. Oh, but yeah, it's nice
Sounds
to have
pretty
little
cool.
rooms.
It's huge.
Yeah.
It's all yours. All yours.
I don't know what I'm gonna do with it.
Yeah, I know.
Same.
I already have, like,
I started furnishing a totally different house.
yeah. Usually I just dump my furnishing items.
Into the pit. No.
House.
I hung some wind chimes on these ropes here, and I put some plaques up on the walls, and I put a well. I wish you could go up in these 2 towers. That'd be cool.
So yeah, this is the only thing that connects the 2 zones, which I somehow was not aware of. So yeah, You can go from Alakir to Bankurai, and you no longer have to take a boat.
Technically.
He left his house.
Yep, so did I.
He's gonna turn us in for trespassing.
Michaela wants to let Mom know she's gonna send her a picture on Discord, so don't be scared.
Flip!
Okay.
Guys, could you take the Bankurai exit, please?
I don't know which one is that.
It is the
Is
one
that the
to
door we came in, or
the opposite one.
so it's the one that's in the archway?
Yeah, it'll be the one to the east.
That's this? Okay.
That'd be this one, I think.
I'm waiting for the quack.
Yep, it says Bankurai.
Oh, I don't think he's coming.
On Discord? She already
Did you
sent it, I
expect
heard
it?
There it is.
Oh.
Oh, okay, I did hear that.
What's with the quack?
It's Jacob. It's just.
Oh.
It's a quack.
Jacob,
It's
Jacob,
a duck.
is this
Don't
the
you know
first
that?
day you've logged in this month?
No, I have the house.
Oh, okay. Nice.
How did they get the quack?
It's a Discord thing.
Is it a Nitro thing?
No.
Oh, it's just the soundboard. Okay, I thought that was the sound of you logging on, and that you could set custom log on
Quack!
sound.
Yeah, back when this house released, this place was
I don't
full.
know.
This area was chock full of people. There was a big party going on. People were playing instruments. It was very fun. It went on for a while. Was it
I
not?
really want to find this resource that's around the bottom of this step. I think it's underground.
Yeah, they might have flipped it to the front.
Well, sometimes there'll be like a tunnel or something, or a cave, but I don't know where the entrance would be.
Oh. Well, job.
What? I don't know how to send it to Jacob.
What are you sending and how?
It's a Discord picture she sent. And she wanted me to give it to Jacob. I don't know how.
You copy and paste it.
Well, it's a little bit harder in Discord. Here's what
Yeah, it's not
here's what
that.
you
It says copy
Right.
message link,
well here's
Yeah,
what
or you could share.
save image.
One way. You could
here's what I
share.
do. Here's what I do personally. I always click
Okay, what?
I click open image and it opens it in the browser, and then I just kind of copy it from there and paste it.
I don't know
Just
how to open
personally.
it. I mean, I touched it and held it, and I got remix pin, save image, copy media link, copy message link.
your
Copy
phone.
image.
It'd be save image.
No, you can right click on a picture and just hit copy image.
Yeah, but she's on her phone.
Oh, hey,
Why don't you use
what I
Discord
asked.
on your computer?
Yeah, it
A
should be
lot
on my
easier.
computer. Okay, I might just do it later. All right, let's do something.
yeah, we're all set. I've got a plan, and we are just south of you, so
Did I leave?
yeah, you're outside the house. Don't go back in.
Okay,
You're outside. You can't even tell. Did I leave the house?
I can't tell.
Am I outside?
Okay, which direction?
South.
Oh. See my bird? There's my Boyd.
Oh yeah, it's very cute.
It's just a bird. They don't really look like it.
I got a Radiant Apex in a crate, and I can't believe it. Listen.
I haven't opened my crates yet. Well, I haven't opened 4 of them, I
Got
guess.
a cold.
He's got a cold. So he has a cold.
That's why he's got flames coming off of him. He's got
Yeah.
a cold.
He's got a cold. It looks like a hot to me. Okay. We're missing one.
Somebody's all the way through the Razor's wheel.
Did I?
We're missing one.
You
Is
went
that
into
you?
the dungeon, right?
No, we're missing.
Did you just run away? We're
Did
standing
you go
out
in the
here.
dungeon?
No, we were
No.
just standing here. Map M M M.
Okay, someone's way down there, and someone's someone's north of us.
I'm gonna do a dungeon. I'm gonna do a dungeon.
Mom, are you just hopping up and down?
I'm
What are you
gonna
doing?
die. I'm gonna die.
You're not. I don't think you're in the dungeon. Oh, you are.
Sure know how to start a fight, don't you?
Okay.
There.
All right. Everyone's here. We look. If I say that someone's missing, then we gotta stop because if we keep going, they're gonna get even more missing. Nice hat, Dad.
There you go.
Looking for a sky shard here. Actually, Mom probably has it, but whatever. Mom, you want to scroll?
An Elder Scroll.
An Elder Scroll.
Nope.
Well, this would probably be a time to put it on.
Okay.
Why is there an
Howdy.
emo called Flip the Bird?
I think
where
I
you
have a quest in here.
grab a bird and flip it.
Yeah.
Discover Imperial
Oh, I don't wanna
Scroll.
sit
Is
in
that
it.
in
No.
here?
You have that
The
emo?
mystery of the
No, it's
mystery of
that was-
Razak. So I'm in. This is that Razak's dungeon, right?
Yeah.
So
well,
I have a white arrow in here. Let me see where it is. It is ahead of us. There's something down here to the left. I want a resource. Where you have to kill people.
I guess we just follow Dad.
Why?
He sounds like he's on a quest.
Well, let's see. There was.
Oh,
Am I-
increase this.
how
Just
come
use
I
those
didn't
mods
get
or something.
I thought there was a resource in here. There was a.
Don't follow
Uh,
Dad. He picks up every.
Be quiet. I have a down this way to the right. I have an arrow. I have all that. I've been in here before. So over here,
Nice view.
yes, on this platform, I have a white arrow. Notes on Razak. Okay, so now I have to find an Arborist key, an Aetherius key, and a Mundus key. Where are they? One is in the room to our right, one is in the room above that, and one is at the end of the hallway that comes off the right of that. And there's a resource in the other opposite corner of this room. So
Always loot Dwemer ruins. It is always morally
there are
correct.
things here.
Little bunny.
Probably mine. I've not.
Is that your little white bunny?
Oh yeah, it is.
I
Okay,
do not
where's this?
have a pet active, I guess. Huh.
Ran away.
Oh, this
Let me
is a
fix that.
boss. It's a two-ticker.
Ah, nothing.
Oh, I didn't even get to hit him, but okay.
Okay.
I got a lead from it
So
though.
where's this?
Nice.
Okay, so
Doing nothing.
it was a water skin here I don't have. Okay.
We gotta come up with another term aside from boss. A nuisance.
Okay, so that's it in here unless we want to kill more people.
There we go.
Dad has like an add-on that shows him where everything is, right?
Have
Yeah,
a
he's
what?
a cheater. He's like,
An
I have a
add-on that
what?
shows you where all these things are.
If
I have an
resources-
add-on for resources.
Yeah.
It maps things, and then I have a. I also have a hat on.
Heyo!
What? Oh.
Aid me!
The more we do here, the more EXP Mom gets.
Yep.
Is she trying to get XP for something?
Yeah, she levels
Why
up.
not?
And then when she hits 50, she levels up again. It's like the itsy bitsy spider.
Okay. Now to my right, I think I have an arrow.
It's a problem.
Wouldn't you level up a lot more if you did like dungeons or something?
Okay,
Yes.
let's see. In the room to our right here, I have an arrow.
I guess it's technically a dungeon.
Yes, at the end here on this. Anvil search.
It's a pub dungeon.
Okay. Now, in the room just opposite this on the other side, I have something too.
I don't have the Sky Shredder either.
Oh, that's good. This little
Okay.
bunny watching these murders. His ears up like, okay.
We're gonna go north here. There's a whole bunch of them here. Okay. And there's a chest over here on the left. I'll get that as soon as we're done with all these people.
we're almost half a trial group. Just by ourselves.
So this chest should be for everybody, right? Or,
No, this is public.
oh,
Yeah, if it's public, then it's not gonna be for everyone.
oh, I guess not.
Where'd he go?
Where'd who go? I do have a white marker in this room about over where you guys are, so over here somewhere. Yep, against this wall. Okay, it's this Ori.
Ori.
Okay. Now, out this hallway to our right.
Oh, I
and
need
up-
this Sky Shredder here. I don't have it.
Well, that's
Okay,
surprising.
Oh, there's another stuff here. How do I get up top here?
Oh, I guess you did say you were missing all of them, weren't you? Okay.
I need the chest that's up top here. So there's a lot more people down here.
Do you need it though?
Yes, I do.
Why?
Because I don't have it.
Yeah, I'm surprised you don't play Sea of Thieves more often.
I was looking for the stairs to get up to the top here.
There are
I need to
stairs.
get up.
I believe in you.
Yeah, but where are they?
You'll find them.
Yeah, I'm almost all the way around.
The fabled stairs.
There they are. Right when I came in.
We're such good adventurers.
I'm halfway expecting bad people up here. Yep. Oh, he's a two-picker.
Why is she heading right for me? Oh no, she's heading right for Bob, I think.
Okay. And I want this chest.
Whoever gets it first earns it. Let's go. Go, go. Go,
I
Jacob,
don't know
go.
how to get over there.
You can make it.
It's
I mean, I
one.
did, but I'm not gonna take it.
Oh my goodness.
Whee! Oh. Okay, so my final thing in here is down this hallway, I think. Is that right? Yes. It'll be at the end after. This is like a jail. Turn left and.
Everyone just kind of melts.
Oh, it's a big guy. Okay.
Oh, okay. Who's gonna cross first?
Uh
Me. Jacob.
You guys just did it with a bear. Like you're not worried about the weight at all. It creaks. It creaks.
oh. Okay, it's down here. Here it is. Fountain search. Okay, now I have to unlock Razak's vault. Oh. Which is off to our left here, and then it'll be across to the other side to our left. Oh,
Don't forget the
just standing here
skyscraper.
letting people kill things for him, huh?
We're going in the wrong direction.
What do you mean we're going in the wrong direction?
The sky shard is back this way.
Oh. Yes, the sky shard's in this other room. Then we do not want to forget what I need, right?
No,
Oh.
we will get what everyone needs.
Okay, sky shard's in here, I think, right? And to the right.
It's actually very simple. Oh, it's 3 people. 3 people needed this shard.
I didn't.
Nah, me neither. But that's good. More than I thought. I'm weakening every single enemy I see.
Oh, that's a scrap metal.
Jared, you've never made more than one character, huh?
No. I've had since day one.
Yeah.
Same.
Dave, what
I
happens?
don't have to
Thank you for that.
keep track of which character has what.
Guys!
My fault.
Guys!
Kill the summoner, the construct dies. That's how this goes.
There we are. Jared, can you do slash played to see how long you have on this character?
No, achievement unlocked. Razix Wheel Group event.
Play.
Played, yeah. Slash played.
9 minutes. Oh no, sorry. 24 days, 3 hours, 9 minutes, and 41 seconds.
24 days.
Wow,
Fine.
only 10 days. 10 days, 11 hours.
On this character, I have 263 days. 4 hours, 24 minutes, and 20 seconds.
I need to go
Been
back to
almost
the
a
vault
month
now.
of my life.
I can't put
This way.
I can't put my weapon away again, and I can't loot.
Swap. Swap weapons.
You gonna get
Uh,
disconnected?
Now try.
I forget about that. Yep.
Okay, I need to go into the vault.
Wake up. Wake up.
Can't. Oh.
We split up, I guess.
Sorry, I was
said
making a
that.
note.
We're going different directions.
Oh, they went this
Yeah,
way.
now where'd everybody go?
He's got
I
a
told you I
question.
have to go to the vault. So I'm up north of you. Let's see, is there another? Oh yeah, here's another resource I don't have. Marked.
Guy's dead.
Open the vault. Open the vault.
Oh, hang on. Yeah, I may be the only one that's able to go in it, right? I don't know.
Don't try picking the lock.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, I
I
can
can't go
examine
in.
it. No.
You're on
Okay,
your
wait a
own,
minute.
son.
I can
What?
go in.
Hey,
I
it
can.
says, yeah, it's
For some
tightly
reason.
shut. 3 keyholes sit at eye
What?
level, each with a corresponding symbol below. Mundus, Arbus,
I got it.
Aurorus. So
Oh,
I
you
have
probably
3
done it
keys to
before.
use.
I can go in. Do I want to go
Should
in?
I leave? I shouldn't be in here.
You're
Why
fine.
What?
You're
Jared went
fine.
in.
You're all
I
fine.
don't want to.
Well, why
I meet
would
no
we if
resistance.
they can't go? We've clearly done it.
It's quest based. If mom hasn't done the quest, she can't get in.
That's
Yeah.
okay.
So why would
There's nothing really
Oh.
in there.
Oh.
Well, we've already
But I
done
thought
it. We can
Dad
go in
has to do
there.
it.
He's on a quest.
Okay,
Okay, so he's
I
gonna
am
go.
now
Oh.
able to go in.
We're falling
Yeah.
in.
No, what a nice place. It's full of
Are we
stuff.
fine?
No, we just have to listen to him. Go through it all
to
alone.
me. Listen to me scream. I am in here
Exactly.
by myself. Boy, there's.
Oh, now
all
it says I
these-
can open it.
Well, then
Try.
feel free to come in. Thank you.
Yeah.
Jacob's playing
Welcome.
music run. No, it's good. If you're
Okay,
doing
we're
What
here.
a nice place.
If you do this quest
I
for the
have
first
something
time-
to do queer across the room, but I don't know if we want to. Once we hit somebody, it's probably all gonna start.
oops, I hit everybody. If you do this for the first time, like on an account, you actually get a Dwemer Spider pet, which is a pretty nice reward. But I'm pretty
yeah,
sure we've
that's
done it on every character. We've done it at least once, each of us. So
I don't think I've done it. I don't know. But maybe
Yeah,
not this one, but
not on this character, but I definitely had you do this on your Nord back in the day. I don't know what it was, 1956.
there's a chest here in the corner.
Good job, guys.
Would not have
Just-
wanted to do that on my own.
It's a chest right here in front of me.
Oh, Jacob, I thought you were
Okay,
gonna
I'm
take
doing-
that and not say anything.
Uh-oh. Someone's got red.
Oh, spiders.
Chest right here.
Oh, thank you. Oh, still more fighting.
All this moving machinery is like, I'm gonna get my clothes caught on something.
Okay, I've got a marker over here. Here it is. Dwemer Journal. Attempt to decipher the journal. Oh no. Am I gonna have to get a cog? I need to find a cog mold.
Cog mold.
And it's evident. Oh. It's in here. It's right over here. I don't want the drink.
Fair warning, this is public, which means that these things will probably respawn. So,
Oh.
Manufacture the cog. And where is that?
Jacob's just like,
Okay, there's another
I see a
resource.
marker on that door, but that may have been when we came in.
well, if you're not on the quest, you wouldn't
Razak's
see
wheel.
the marker.
Okay, where is the cog mold?
Yeah.
I have to go out the door. Okay. I guess we leave
For
here,
some
eh?
reason, I have it a symbol on that door, so I don't
That's
know. what's going
because
on.
that's the symbol for outside, and every quest you have is outside this room.
That's why.
It's just like everything that you have active is not in here, so there's an icon. You need to leave. It's very blue out here. It's almost
It is very
ethereal.
blue. Yeah.
Okay, it's back over in this direction.
Purple.
Oh,
Purple. He's hitting me just because I shocked him.
I got Saul.
I should probably take this opportunity to mark up my stuff. Oh, I'm full too.
Take 5.
Deals and bargains, bargains and deals.
I haven't
No
been
better
marking my
treat
junk,
anywhere,
so-
I guarantee it.
Did you get out your crow, Mom?
Yeah.
Okay, hang on, I'll use it.
Oh yeah, you like to show off your Ragnar the Red.
That song will never catch on.
Uh,
Are you still using the crow?
I haven't started yet. Hang on a second. I have so much junk I have not been marking. That's it.
What was that you were playing?
sounds like a flute.
Oh. Why do you do that so fast?
One Khajiit band.
You should see us do synchronized hand pan. It's pretty cool.
Have they not seen that?
I don't think
I
Jeff
don't
will
have
pass.
the hand. I have,
You've seen us do
They
it?
do it all the time.
but I don't have one.
We haven't done it in a long time.
It's been a while.
Probably since the last time Jared was with us.
Was that a while ago? I know I've been.
We did it
Thank
during
you.
the anniversary
I'm done
event.
with
Pick one!
Guys,
them.
let's
When
do
everybody's
it.
done, I have to go back to.
You're
Are we going to do the hand pan? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, let's do it. Let's show off our hand pan.
Okay, so are you ready, everybody?
No, not yet.
No?
Okay, I'm ready.
Okay, you ready?
Yep.
3, 2, 1, press.
Where'd you get those?
It was in, I think, the last crates. We
Oh, you can
you
buy
saw
it in the
that one.
store.
You know, I don't even know what a single hand pan sounds like. I've only ever heard this trio.
Hey,
rendition.
don't you put yours away. You're gonna listen to us.
we throw off our groove.
We say bad things about people like you.
We say bad things about people like
What? We say bad things about people like you.
Yeah, we throw pies at them.
He's not appreciating it.
I've
All
heard
right,
it
let's go.
before.
He's just trying to drown us out. Let's go.
You've done it.
Oh, I guess he's seen it before. I
Just
didn't.
sweep.
I'm out of pies.
I
man.
said it before you did.
Jared had.
Who threw the lemon?
Thank you.
I'm just sweeping.
Now
I'm
you have
just
something to sweep
sweeping.
up. Are you ready?
Yes.
We're
let's
gonna
go.
get bad guys here, so here we go. None shall pass. Thank you. So this is where I gotta make the mold. Oh, it's on the other side.
Nice.
Okay, I gotta go up here. Mold slot. Use.
Sounds easy enough.
Boop, boop, boop.
It's like an easy bake oven.
Manufacture the cog. Puff, 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 puff.
I
What was that?
don't know.
I
Theme?
have to collect my cog.
It's in my
And
system
now
now,
I have
whatever
to
it was.
install the cog in Razak's machine. And where is that? Oh, that's back down in the middle of this other place. Boy, which way am I going? Which way am I? Okay, gotta go back down through this hole. Up and hello.
Is that a good hello or a... place doesn't look like a wheel.
Okay, let's see. I gotta go all the way around.
Do you do that
You're
like to
annoying
relax
me.
yourself?
It's to prepare for battle.
Rah! Ragnar the Red! Bard class.
Take his instrument.
Are you sure we're going the right way?
There's a chest.
Yes, it's right here behind you.
Okay. I wasn't doubting you. I was just asking if you knew what you were doing.
So did you get your switch fixed?
Well, he did the work.
Temp fix.
Oh,
Well,
Why
it's
is
not
it
temporary.
temporary. Razek's over.
It'll work
Jacob's
forever.
works?
It'll work forever. It's just not.
What's wrong with
I'm
it?
actually
correct
charging it now as we
DNS.
speak. It's so cool. You
It-
can just stick it in the dock and it charges.
It wouldn't connect to the internet.
Oh.
Yeah, it was very weird. I was kind of worried it was a hardware error.
problem?
It seemed to be a software thing.
Okay.
Hey Jacob, have I ever taken you to the Frost Vault?
Probably. The dungeon.
Yeah.
I'm-
It's a DLC dungeon
Where
though,
you
so
become, where you get to be a little
robot
Yeah.
mouse.
mechanical
Yeah, right.
mouse.
Yeah.
Mouse.
That traumatized Dad.
Yeah, I can't.
It
We
was
did
one
it.
of
We
our
did it
first
once, and
really bad dungeons.
Oh, it was difficult. I
They-
thought you
It
meant
was
the
pretty
mouse.
hard for us, but that was at the beginning.
they nerfed it since because it was hard for everybody, to be honest. And now it's
Oh.
yeah, Laser Room was like really hard. It was kind of a run killer, and so they nerfed it. Honestly, it's a little bit too easy now, but whatever.
Oh,
Final boss, I'm sure final boss, like on hard mode, is impossible for me. On veteran, it's pretty hard. But no longer getting stuck halfway through, not usually.
Okay, I think I'm done. Completed the quest.
Surely this is not the Dwemer's food. This is just like, oh, this is probably Imperials. Yeah, this is Imperial stuff. I'm like, surely no, what the heck? The Imperials are just using their tables. Yeah, this is bread from 3,000 years ago.
Would that be the craziest thing in an Elder Scrolls?
Just like, nom nom, nom nom nom. I'm gonna eat that.
Ugh.
I guess we could have kept going the other way. We're kind of going back to get out of here.
I have no idea where we're going. You have the
Okay,
quest.
well, let's go this way. No, I'm done with the quest. I'm just looking at the map.
Oh.
It's shorter to get out of here by going this way, I guess, right?
Okay.
Hurry before enemies come back.
I am done. Quest over. Achievement unlocked.
Hooray! Yeah,
Got
you
my
would have gotten
gold.
you would have gotten the pet if you didn't have it already. You also get a Dwemer Spider pet in Frostvault as well if you do veteran.
Oh, another chest.
Another chest. Oh, it's a lot of people just staring at us.
Yeah, they're just waiting. Hold on, hold on. Ah,
oh, sorry. I'll mow them down.
It's fine.
they were still clicking.
They just kind of melt.
Yeah, one literally turned to dust.
Miri said something like that's a slaughter Dagon something or other, but I didn't catch it all. Oh, I see another chest.
I should focus on Miri maybe when I'm as my next companion quest. The next companions aren't releasing until end of this year.
Oh.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, we just keep going this way.
This is the way we want to go.
1, 2, 3, missing one.
No, you're not.
I should give you guys little icons over your heads, each individual one.
Get it ablaze!
Did not last.
They're no match for us.
Books, books, books.
Books, books, books.
Books, books, books. Heavy sack.
Water skin.
Mine.
Where's the heavy sack?
Oh,
Where's
it's
the heavy
just-
sack?
Why'd you call it out? You should have kept it to yourself.
It's a thing I tend to do when I'm doing dungeons and trials, even though I don't do them with people who can hear me. I've got no rational reason for why I did that.
You're just excited.
I'm just like, I mean, like, I'm sure he had it already.
I don't think so, but that's okay.
What's
I
the next
picked, I
time
picked
you're
up a
gonna pop
heavy
in
sack
here?
in there, and I think I picked up 3-4 treasure chests. Thank you, guys. I'm not marked in there.
Is there an achievement for like getting every chest in the game? Is that what you're going for?
I don't know. But
There's-
if
I
there
bet
is,
there's
I
not.
guess I'll find out. But I may never find out because flesh flies.
Just wait until the chapter releases, and you're gonna have nothing on your map. Everything's gonna be like, yeah, you're gonna collect everything. Ugh.
This guy's everywhere.
I kind of like the instruments that just play one song so that you can coordinate.
I guess that one would, huh?
Yeah.
Because it just plays Ragnar the Red. So if we all had that, we could play Ragnar together.
Oh, I got a 334. That's nostalgia.
Oh,
Oh no,
You're the only one that gets 334s.
I don't know why.
you're special.
We were almost out of the
Zach.
Dwemer Ruin.
Does that mean a Buddha job?
Yeah, I'm reconnecting.
Joshua Trees.
Yeah,
Joshua
this
Trees.
this place is so cool. Just so Mojave Desert
With the giant wasps.
to extreme.
yeah, giant wasps.
Yeah, just like home.
Yep. I mean, I can feel the prickliness.
Giant wasps.
Ow, 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 ow. I actually have a quest giver here who's following me, and he's like, what are you doing?
Alright, I'm gonna try to exit it one more time to Bankerai.
Same, this quest guy. Looks injured, but
Yeah, he's injured.
he's probably fine.
Wait, am I in Bankerai? Yes.
I
Why is this
just...
guy following me?
Quest.
He wants you to take his quest. Don't do
Oh.
it.
It's awkward.
Yeah, I thought it was
He's trying
weird
to sell you something.
how, like, recently I was in Aradon, and someone ran up to me, and they were, like, asking, like, oh, please help me. And I was like, I'm not doing this quest right now, so I walked away, and she literally just said, like, where are you going? I need help, which is not something that NPCs do, so I was like, that's weird. They don't usually have lines for when you ignore them. I've never heard that in my life. So I was like, wow, I felt bad, so I went back and I did the quest.
Alright, Jer's back.
I am back.
Oh,
Alright, where am I going?
Alright, now what?
follow. I'm a little bit fast, so I'm gonna try to slow down.
to remember to level up my speed.
You look like a cartoon character.
Well, I know. Don't want to go that fast.
Yeah, but if everyone else is that fast, you kind of have to be.
I know. I think the ones that I thought looked like cartoon characters have an add-on that make them look even faster than
I don't think that's an
the
add-on. That would
fastest
be
speed on that.
that would be cheating.
No, don't they, Kyle?
Add-ons can't do stuff like that. As far
Isn't
as I
there
know.
a speed thing
I
that you
don't
can
think
make?
there's a.
Yeah,
Add-ons can't affect
And
the
that-
I mean,
and
game
that-
that way.
there's skill points you can put towards things. And
there's a skill that makes you faster on a mount. Well,
Oh,
it makes you
okay,
faster
that's it.
outside your mount too.
Yeah, okay.
I use that, I think, during the anniversary event to get from geyser to geyser. How do we get in here? I wanna get in here. But like, do you guys see an opening? See these ruins? It's not like a door, but like a way to slip in. Is it this? I'm trying to find something.
Probably be pretty obvious.
Oh, here, I guess. This looks obvious. Here we are, Zaman and
Hang on.
Humeri. Someone
I'm
pulled.
looting.
Someone pulled.
Ah,
There's a stranger up ahead, Kyle.
Someone pulled. Yes, I know.
The stranger.
The stranger.
I guess I've never done this once.
No. Okay, I'm using my ultimate. Okay, one down.
Let's hope that doesn't make this one really strong. Okay.
Two down.
Hooray! Chest. Get it before the stranger does.
Where is it? Oh, up here.
These guys look comfy.
The skeleton looks so distinguished.
Oh hell. I guess so.
You got lots of crypts over here.
oh,
Most of them with
he's
stone
synchronized
coverings.
dying.
It's very shady.
How did I turn my chat off? Made me accidentally pull it back.
Ooh, that's a ogre up there, huh?
I'd be surprised if you had this.
I don't have that one.
Yeah. We're kind of in the middle of nowhere here.
There's several of them I don't have. Here's another ogre. Yep.
Someone killed the desert bunny! Heavy sack.
Oh,
Hang on. Where's the heavy sack? Hang on. Did you take one again?
Jacob's
I'm
guarding it.
standing.
Oh. Okay, yeah. Heavy sack and then other ones. Here's another ogre.
Whoa! Yep.
this is a place for ogres.
Yep. Oh, I should probably leave this.
Oh. Oh, thank you.
There's another one here. Wondering why I've been low on mats ever since you got that add-on.
Low on what?
Materials.
Well, once I have them, I don't mind so much because I've got them marked.
Oh, this is a pretty view.
Like I have all of them down there.
That would drive me nuts.
Yeah, I've seen your map. I've seen what it looks like. I want no part of that.
We just passed the quest.
Yep.
Did you just buy your little jaunty hat, or have you had it?
I had it. I just saw it when I was looking for the runner. It popped up. I was like, oh, I thought that's right. I had that for a while. I wore it. Put it back on.
This is Yanira, the cow.
Yeah.
I keep thinking Yanira's a person, and then I'm always surprised to find out she's a cow. On the map, it's Yanira's respite, and I'm like, okay, so it's this person's house. No, it's a cow. I like this person. Look at his hat.
Yeah. Why don't you have a cool hat?
I actually own that hat. It's a Seishi hat. I like to use it
What's he
on
doing?
my tank.
Oh, I don't have this sky shard up there.
That
Please.
Oh, I don't have
that's
that.
that's across the border. That person just tried to jump over the waterfall and broke their legs and
Right
died.
up here. Right up here.
I just watched them do that. They just jumped off the
Oh.
waterfall and died.
Can I try?
Oh yeah, you can get that. It's pretty easy. I thought it was
No,
higher
I'm
than it was.
Gonna jump off the waterfall and see what happens.
You'd
Sure,
have
it's
to
fine.
cross the border.
It's
all
so
the way.
funny you're so.
Talk about the other water. Oh, the other waterfall.
Yeah.
I'm not going all the way up for that.
Oh, we got.
I heard a boom. We got bad guys up here.
Just waiting for this
Wow.
boss to spawn.
Well, someone else jumped and lived though.
What is with every look? They just
There's
keep
another
coming.
one. There's another guy up there.
What
that's
the
gonna
heck?
jump.
Where are these people coming from? There's another
They're-
one.
They're living.
That was
Look, look.
Jared. Did Jared just jump?
No, we're talking about the tall, other waterfall.
Oh, the taller one.
They just keep coming.
Oh,
I've seen
way
about
up
3
there.
people going
That
up.
person gave
Most
up.
people
They
are living,
teleported
though.
away. They were like, "Nah, I don't want to do this."
People are living out there because they're falling in this deep water. Oh,
Yeah. You just got to aim for
Yeah,
the deep
there's a-
water.
specific spot. I don't know how to get up there.
I like this wood plank here. Looks like something fell
this-
apart. Tell us if the
Is
boss
this-
spawns, Mom.
Okay.
Yeah, that waterfall's way too out of the way.
Oh. Okay, he's here.
Ah, okay. Kevin. Ow.
Ow.
Hooray! What percentage are you at?
Oh, I already leveled up.
Oh, did you?
So I'm at 26 at the next level.
Okay.
So, I don't have this white shrine over here.
I hate when I get a lead for like a mount, and I'm like, that's really cool, I'll get that. And then I read that it's one of 17.
That would probably be the Dwemer
Yeah.
Wolf, which is very hard to get, but even I don't have
They
it.
just give me cool things easily.
Well, these days they're
Gotta work for it, so.
these days they're trying to be more liberal with the mounts that they give out because everyone complains that they never give out mounts. You might notice that like, come on, I can't loot this. What the heck? Come on, come on.
Walk around. I failed a couple times and then got it.
I don't need an inspiration story. I need results. Come on. Come
Alright, well, that's good. That's a good game. We got to see Jared's house, or his key.
Ah!
I'm the only one that got that.
Didn't touch it. I wanted to see your. It's pretty cool. It's like you got Carl back cameras.
Nice, it's free.
Got it!
Yeah.
Haha! I knew I'd make it. I do not like it when that happens.
Alright, we good?
I think so.
Alright.
Don't forget, tomorrow is Mother's
Yeah,
Day.
it starts at
Happy early
1.
Mother's Day.
Oh,
Happy early
thank you.
Mother's Day.
Thank you. Jacob silent.
And it's on Mother's Day.
I refuse to be inaccurate.
Yeah.
We said happy early Mother's Day. That's
Happy hour and a half until Mother's Day.
Maybe we'll do Sea of Thieves tomorrow.
okay.
Make
Okay.
sure you update it.
Is there
if
an
you
update?
haven't. There has been. Yeah, there was an update within this last week.
Yeah, I see. I'm down uploading it now.
Sorry, what'd you say, Jared?
I'm updating Sea of Thieves now.
Well, that might not be a good idea.
That big of a
Mine goes pretty fast.
All I heard was, it goes pretty ass.
Alright, I stopped it. I stopped it, I get the idea.
Okay.
We're fine.
Alright. Alright, we'll see you tomorrow.
So yeah,
Alright.
Yep.
guys.
Thanks. Had a good time. Have a good
Bye.
night. See you
night.
tomorrow.
See ya.
Love you.
Love you too.
Goodbye.
Don't forget to
Bye.
send Jacob the thing, Mom.
Yeah, I will.
Yeah.
Alright,
Alright,
bye.
Bye. Why does Jacob get a thing? Why do you get a thing?
I don't know what to think.
I want a thing.
I can imagine.
They were like, we're just gonna send it to you. Whoa. Endeavors are done. Yeah, as for the Dwemer Wolf, I am the Ebon Dwarven Wolf. I'm missing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 pieces. It ain't easy to put together.
Yeah, if there's stuff you're missing, I just don't even bother.
Well, I don't.
Because like, if you've played that long, I don't
should-
have it.
I should have some things I just don't have. This is interesting. Yeah, I mean, like, I'm finding things, like, I have also many leads that I'm surprised I didn't have. Like, apparently I've got a lead for Apocrypha to get a bag that's got archival fortunes in it. Like, 1,000 of them. I had no idea that was even a thing. I just don't, sometimes I just don't pay attention to leads that I get. And I should. Especially, I mean, I mostly like collect them because then I can read about them, and then it's like, well, I don't know what to do with the furnishing, but Okay. So let me try to figure out what this is. I did so like our online pages for Apocrypha, like it's in two halves because Apocrypha's in two halves, and I went to the online pages and I found out that they were like blank. There was like nothing there. There were no way shrines listed, no delves, no public dungeons, no world bosses, no world events, no quest areas, nothing. And I was like, okay. So I spent a long time last night just committing myself to updating them, and it wasn't like I needed to make a page for all these things particularly, because the pages for these things already existed. In fact, I made a few of them, but so basically it was like I had to make a page full of a collection of links to other pages. So essentially I was just updating and spending forever writing down links connecting the other pages, and I had to upload an image. I just took a photograph in ESO and I was like, this will be the image that we use on the page. You know, if anyone thinks it's not good enough, they'll change it. I don't care. Honestly, that's how a lot of wiki updating is sometimes, you know? It's like I'm just gonna update this because it hasn't been touched, and if someone finds it and thinks that I did a shit job, at least someone's noticing it. And they're gonna do something about it because no one's touched it for 3 years. That's kind of how it feels. I'm like, if you want to change something, be my guest. Whatever gets the ball rolling. I just did my best. So I did a lot of updating. Alright, I'm in the lead area. And I completely forgot to actually follow the thing. Here we are. Here it is. My friend's really into Elder Scrolls Legends. He just thinks it's a very fun game. And then I got him into ESO, and he started playing Tales of Tribute, and he can't stop playing that now. I'm just gonna messily dig this up. Part of me wants to ask for like a co-host for my UESP streams, but also I don't know, because that you know, less of a free spirit that way. Hmm. Oh, hey, that was a little extra in there.
Wolfsbane and bitter tea should be in this pile. Are you going to help me or just watch your time drift away like usual?
Why would we be looking for a book on teas? We're here for Butterflies Among the Glade.
Let me see if I'm getting any Baldur's Gate updates. Nothing thus far. Okay, I'm gonna way shrine down there. That was... Did you get a Discord message? Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's on second.
I see. You can go out to eat with Stitch in Dreamlight Valley. Now Stitch will find more things when he's digging in the dirt. What the heck? There's a giant out here. Diseased. Alright, so I just gotta go south. So as I started the UESP stream, you know, which is always like, you know, is it gonna be active, is it gonna be quiet? It's a toss-up, really. But, like, someone had popped in, the first thing they said when they popped in, which was like, before I even formally started, which is like, oh, someone's actually here, someone's actually saying something. First thing they said, I'm not entirely sure if it was a spoiler or not, or if they were just making a joke. And so I've been a big ball of anxiety. I'm just kind of gonna think it was probably just to be funny. But I just hate the PTS. If it turns out to be legit, that I'm going to like start a movement about like how the PTS should be a designated set of individuals under an NDA, at least for main quest purposes. Main quest PTS should be a group under NDA. I will make a movement. But I seriously think it was like, it's something that I've heard before even PTS happened, so it's like it was probably just someone making a joke. But it's definitely very hard to explain. Because I'm not going to say it outright, but it's very hard to properly explain. I guess, like, you know, you know how, like, Overwatch 2's campaign had those leaks? You know, back when the campaign existed?
We'll never know if they're true.
We'll never know if they were true. So it's like... Oh, wait, hold on. Thank you, Enchantress, for the 41-month streak! Sub, it's appreciated. Thank you for the lurk. Thank you very much. It's appreciated. I said that twice. But it's appreciated 3 times. I'm trying to think of a good equivalent, like that's the right tone and sets the right vibe. It's thrice as appreciated. Basically, here's a good way to describe it. It's like if there was a spoiler for a character doing a thing, right? And there's like leaks. So it's like is this supposed to be a reference to this character doing this thing like potentially? Is this like a joke, like this potentially could happen, or is this a straight up spoiler, you know? So it's like, but the thing is, though, is, you know, those leaks are out there. right? So it's like, those Overwatch 2 leaks are out there. So it's like, is this an actual leak, or is this someone just making a joke based on maybe jokes that people have been saying or something? So it's like I don't know.
That's what happened with The Rise of Skywalker. I saw things that I was so sure of were jokes, and then I watched the movie, and my jaw like dropped.
You're like,
oh,
okay,
no,
well,
that's
I guess
that's in the movie.
Snoke ain't a joke.
Yeah, I heard something about Snoke in the jars or something, and Palpatine Bane, and I was like, okay, people just throwing out random
Bullshit.
jokes.
You're like, and you're like, wait a minute, this is actually happening now.
Yeah, then I watched the movie and just the pan shot, I was like, what?
And you're like, and at that point you're like, well, what else was legit? Is this just going to keep going?
You heard about is it Burger King? I don't know if it was like a German Burger King or something. Had an official whole ad campaign where people like guess what is and isn't a spoiler for Rise of Skywalker.
This sounds
But it was
familiar.
before the movie. It was before the movie came out,
Huh.
and they just had the answers in there.
But
It was like you get a free burger or something if you get total spoiler or something like that. And they just had the spoilers in there.
how'd they get
like
off?
all of them.
But how'd they know about?
Because it was a promotional. It'd be like if McDonald's had a Star Wars Happy Meal or something. Like it was promotional
So
thing.
they had insider
I don't know
information?
how or why or how it got past anything, or if it was supposed to be. No, because the whole campaign relied on the fact that people were shocked. It was like, you don't want to hear the spoilers. People were like, no way.
The worst campaign of all time.
Yeah, it was a huge deal because nobody knew how it got through. Maybe you should join the PTS.
No, I don't want to do
Be on
PTS.
top of things.
If I do PTS, I could find lore consistencies at best, but also it's like it's like watching a movie, right? You're like watching a movie before everyone else, but you're not in an audience, so you don't get the audience vibe, right? So you don't get the laughs when there's a big laugh or whatever. You're like alone in a sterile room, right? And it's really cold and uncomfortable. But you get to see the movie.
What's different about it?
You get to see the movie,
It's
sure,
not like
but
it's not like the models are unfinished and everything. Like, what's different about it?
but it is the movie, right? I mean, I'm sure the PTS had some stuff they were still working on, but it's like it is the movie, right? But you have to watch it under what is unideal conditions that are uncomfortable because it's like,
What are the conditions?
I would be playing it with everyone else, and two, the PTS isn't your main save, so it's like, oh, I got to do this again on my main save. And
Might be better than getting spoilers.
you don't get to experience. Honestly, it just should be simply you don't share spoilers. There should be an NDA. It's obvious.
I thought
they should.
Then it can't be open for testing, which is the point. That's the P in PTS is it's public.
Yeah, but here's the thing. The only thing
You're
that
talking
has
like a beta.
the only thing that has spoilers would be the main quest, right? That's probably about 9-10 hours of play. About 9-10 hours of play.
But it's
So just have a
still-
certain amount of people who are set up to do those quests on repeat to find errors, right?
Then it wouldn't be public test server.
No,
You're
it
talking about
wouldn't
like a
be.
beta
The
or
main
something.
quest should not be public test server. Everything else can be, right? You can do delves, you can do scrying, you're scribing, everything should be public test server, but main quest should not be PTS, specifically something like this. But let me tell you, if that thing that was mentioned is legit, then it would be something that I feel like, I don't know. I was gonna say it'd be something that everyone's talking about, but you'd expect that last year, right? But no one was talking about it last year. The fandom's pretty good at keeping a lid on things. But here's the thing, I don't know. I just got this vibe of like someone wanting to stir trouble, but then they waved, you know, the little wave emote, and I'm like, okay, maybe they're just like making a joke and then saying hi, because I don't know, they didn't seem hostile at all. It was like, I'm gonna make a joke to like as an icebreaker and then say hi. It didn't really seem like there was anything malicious. I'm kind of tempted just to talk about it because hold on. Oh wow, that's a little bit more expensive than I thought. That's good. Can I wear this? No, it's a treasure. Dang it. Oh well. I think a good way to explain it sort of would be like if Star Wars had canonized. Do you know what the Yuzong Vong are?
Yeah.
So it would be like if Star Wars had something that was like really important to the whole Yuzong Vong stuff in Legends. Right? It would be something like, if something was important to that, and then someone came into the chat and said, like, thanks to this, the Yuzong Vong are canon or something, it would be like, well, is that a spoiler for a future Star Wars thing that you know about? Or are you just making a joke about, like, oh, because they're introducing Thrawn, they're going to introduce the Yuzong Vong. You know, like you're making a theory and not a reference to future content. Nowadays, I can't even tell because the PTS is out. Right? So it's like, are you referencing something that you know is coming? Or did I just way shrine to the same way shrine I was at? I am not thinking. But I mean, I don't know, I've got a month. Oh, this is scary. But let me tell you though, like this thing that was referenced does sound just about as silly as them going, like, you're thinking, oh, they're probably never gonna do the Yuzong Vong, at least not in the same way. And so if someone said like, hey, they're doing it the exact same way, you would instantly think, is that a spoiler? That doesn't sound true, because that sounds like it'd be too controversial. But they did just make a new Daedric Prince, so who cares? But I'm really stressed out about what they're gonna do. That this kind of thing puts me, like, makes my hair stand on end, because I'm like on high alert. And I don't know. It's definitely something that it's kind of like if they like had mentioned, if they had said where the Dwemer went, it's like, I don't think they're gonna touch that. This sounds more like a joke. That's my perspective on it. It's also not a... It's really hard not being able to actually say what it was. Because anyone can understand it. Oh my god, what the hell? I just got both the treasure and every bit of loot while scrying in like one go. Like, well, 2 goes, but I almost didn't mark anything off. What the heck? They were all grouped in one area. The odds of that are so small. Whoa. I wish I could wear this, but it's worth 5,000 gold. Jared still hasn't texted me, so I'm guessing that's a no Baldur's Gate again. Last time we did Baldur's Gate was 2 or 3 weeks ago.
How close are we to Baldur's Gate?
Oh, like the city? I can't say.
I don't know. The end of the game.
Well, the city is Act 3 from what I've heard from people. We're like, I think at the end of Act 2. We have to like, I know what part we're on, and at the Christmas party, they were trying really hard not to spoil things, which I appreciate, but they did mention that, like, at the part we're at, they mentioned, once you start that, you can't go back. Which is odd for Baldur's Gate, because so far we've been able to go back and do everything. So, and I'm like, okay, that tracks, because Steven's been avoiding going in there. Like, think of it like a cave. Steven's been avoiding walking in that cave. I'm like, let's just go into the cave. And then he's just like, no, let's not. Let's do other things. And I'm like, he's acting like we can't go back. He knows something. So Steven apparently knew about this. Because again, I was right. You know, he knew, and it was kind of obvious that he knew. But I don't really know why we can't go back, but we can't. So it's kind of like a one-way trip. And he's like, he wants to make sure that everyone's prepared and leveled up. So we're trying to, like, exhaust ourselves. So I'm guessing after this is Act 3, and then that's going to be Baldur's Gate. People don't really seem to be that big of a fan of Act 3, but whatever. I'm guessing there's probably a lot of talking because you're going to be in a city. It kind of feels like what would be Act 1, from what it sounds like, but I don't know. I've had theories and everything about Baldur's Gate, and you know, we haven't been able to see it through, which is annoying. And I still have like spoiler words active because I'm trying to avoid getting anything. It's really hard being into things and being on social media and not wanting spoilers. Hi Shredder, you might lurk, thank you for the lurk. What the heck? What the heck? I hope you're doing well too. As I was playing Fallout last week, I was roaming through the city and there was this lady, she was like outside of a building and she was like, "Help! I need help." And she said something like, "She's hurt, she doesn't have much time left." And I go up to her and she runs inside the building like, "Follow me." And I'm like, "Yeah, sure." So I load my gun, you know, reload everything, and And I walk into the building and she's like, follow me, please. She doesn't have much time. I'm like, So she walks into a room, closes the door behind her, and I'm like, yeah. So I'm just like, reload. And then door opens and her and a bunch of other guys come out with guns, and I just mow everyone down. I'm like, yeah, I didn't believe you for a second. Like, come on. And then I did end up getting a little bit overpowered, and I did die and have to reload. So I reloaded and followed her again. And I followed her into the building and let her close the door behind her, and I didn't get close to the door. Because I was like, well, what would happen if I didn't get close to the door? And so it's just silent. And I just hear one of the guys like, you said they were behind you. And then it's just kind of awkward silence. They'll be here any second. You said they were going to be coming through the door. I just refused to go through the door. And he's like, I'll open the door myself. I don't want to be sitting on my ass all day. And then like the guy just gets up and opens the door, and I'm just standing there with my gun. I'm like, hi! And they just activate machine gun. Yeah, it's fun. Okay. That's a stretch. Why did they call scrying so close to scribing? I don't like that they did that. It seems on purpose. I mean, could you call it... I had a friend say skill crafting. That could work. Not spell crafting, because it's not just spells. Skill crafting. I don't know, that probably wouldn't work like in lore. It'd sound weird. But just some word that doesn't sound like scrying. I mean, come on. I don't get it. Out of every word ever made, open a book. Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Oh my god! Okay, alright, well, this is I got really close to some tentacles, and then I think I almost died. I didn't know they could do that. Here it is. gold. There we go. Wow, I've never had so much luck. Faded wanted poster. Part of me is wondering if I should have asked for Tuesday off instead of the first Monday of June. I mean, because that's when the DLC releases. You know, obviously everyone knows that you should always do the day after, or maybe even 2 days after, because there's going to be server issues. I decided to brave it, though. I mean, it just makes sense, right? It would just be like, okay, 3-day weekend. It would be Jared's birthday on Saturday, I think.
Oh, what time does it drop?
What time? I don't know. Probably early morning. Or
Maybe just
normal.
wake up whenever it drops, enter the queue, and then leave your account in there.
I mean, even if I was in, I could see like lag and people being booted. Yeah, I could see that
I guess
happening.
you'd probably get kicked for activity.
I mean, like Greymore was kind of rough.
Do they do
Yeah, they kick you for inactivity.
never mind.
Greymore was kind of hard because people were everyone was home due to the pandemic, and so
Yeah, but that was years ago.
yeah, but like the
How did
servers
last
couldn't
time?
really handle everyone being there. And so it was hard the first day. I was gonna stream it the first day, and I was like, oh, it's not working, so I had to stream. I was streaming regular Skyrim instead. I guess we'll do regular Skyrim.
Were you able to get in last one?
We've had success the past few years. 21 was good, 22 was good, 23 was good. So. But here's the thing, though, so this is the 10-year anniversary, and I'm wondering if, I mean, the game's got so many new players because of all the deals they're doing and everything. I'm just getting a little bit worried that it'll be too much. But like I said, I'm gonna brave it, and if it's too hard to get in, then I might try to do Tuesday stream anyway. See if Mom and Dad want to stay up late. But I wanted to do first day because first days are important. The question is, how are we going to get in there? I mean, there's different ways to get in to the zone. You can come in from the north to south. I'm guessing there's probably going to be a route from Craglorn, and there's probably going to be a route from Valenwood. From Reaper's March. There's going to be a route from the Gold Coast. We should probably do that one. I think that's a good idea. Because there's an opening in the Gold Coast that's been there since it came out. That's been leading to this zone. I don't know what's happening here, but I'm just going to leave them to it. And you know, everyone's been saying that we're gonna get a Skingrad DLC at some point. Westweald, it's gonna happen. And they're like, we can prove it. Here's a door that leads to the zone, which is true. I think it'd be suitable. I haven't been over here. This can't be it. Is it? Oh no, it totally is. My last Sky Shard. My last Sky Shard in Necrom. I don't know why I didn't have it already, but I did. Aw, man. Ugh. And that concludes every non-Cyrodiil Sky Shard acquired, I believe. So...
Are you scared to go to Cyrodiil?
Yeah. It's very hard. Having to get into all these, like, delves and stuff and not die. It's annoying.
Are people just going into delves and killing people?
Nope. So being in the delves themselves is pretty safe, generally. Being outside of them, getting there, it's pretty hard. Because you have to, like, run to these areas and someone's going to catch you and stab you in the back. Because they can, right? Of course, every time a chapter comes out, I'm always like, I'm back to missing all this. I'm back to not having every Sky Shard. So I'm only gonna have this for about a month. Less than a month. Anyway, I guess it's at least good that people in the PTS have been saying very good things. They're like, I won't tell you anything, but they seem pretty pleased. And I think also if that spoiler was true, then people would be a little less casually pleased. Essentially, it would have made making another Daedric Prince seem like child's play, you know. I haven't been over here either. Oh god. Yeah. Oh, that's where I am.
You've returned. I was worried the lurkers got you.
Ugh. Nope, no text. I guess that's confirmation. So yeah, they released the soundtrack on Spotify on Friday, After everyone had been waiting for so long, they're like, can we get it on Spotify? And I pretty much gave up. I just thought that they weren't thinking about it anymore. But nope, it's on Spotify in high quality now. Some people want Brad Derrick to compose for Elder Scrolls 6. I'm kind of like, I don't want to overwork him. I think that he's good with ESO. There's no way he'd be able to do both, I don't think.
And the director of Final Fantasy 14 directed 16 while still working on 14, so...
Yeah, but Japan is such a workaholic culture.
Yeah, he's overworked.
Sometimes
Actually, well, yeah,
sometimes
14
it scares
is also...
me.
It was also when 14 was on its, like, break years.
I'm watching all these game documentaries, and they're talking about like how hard they were overworked on these games, and I'm like, this sounds awful. You know, it's like, God, what? I don't know. Take some free time, relax. They're living in their offices, you know. But I mean, and knowing how much work goes into a Bethesda game, like having to make like all these long soundtracks, because it's an open world game, you're gonna have to make really long tracks. I mean, these Necrom tracks are like 10 minutes, which is decent, like 10-minute loops for certain areas. I think Inan Zur, I think his name is, he would also be a good choice. He did Starfield. I liked a lot of his stuff. But of course, it's a very different genre. And they need someone that can really pull it off. But I think that no matter what they do, it's going to be a negative reaction. So, I mean, whoever it is going to be constantly compared. And so, I mean, that's just what Elder Scrolls 6 is going to be in general. When it releases, if it releases, Elder Scrolls 6 is just going to be compared to everything. You know, that's Skyrim was. And having a new composer is just another layer of that. It's going to be. This is a new person doing this thing. I mean, like, just wait until if they do Elder Scrolls 7 and Todd's not going to be involved, because I don't see him being involved. And they're going to be like, you know, oh, it's different now.
Did you say 7?
Yeah, I said, like when...
In what century?
I don't know what century, but that's not the point. I'm just saying, like, if it happens, he's probably going to be involved. You know, I think that, like, I could see him leaving after Elder Scrolls 6 or Fallout 5.
Maybe, yeah, he'd probably retire.
Yeah, I mean, like, honestly, I think it's a good time. He's been doing
like,
this forever.
Consult him.
Crap.
I don't know.
Yeah, he could take a consultant stage. Like I was confused because I saw, correct me if I'm wrong, but MatPat was doing some kind of Digital Circus episode 2 breakdown, and I was like, I thought he was done. Is he just done?
No,
with
he
Game
still
Theory?
comes back, and he's not running any of it. He's got a bunch of other people running it, but he'll like come back to do not cameos, but like whenever he has free time, he just comes back.
Okay, yeah, so it's kind of like the same thing.
Like,
it's kind of like what we were talking about then.
It's like Steve showing up on Blue's Clues again.
Yeah, because here's the thing. Like right before kind of close to when he was retiring, he did that video on Digital Circus, and I'm like, he sounded like he was like hyped about it, but he's not going to be covering it because he's just like, okay, I'm out. I still haven't seen the episode, but I've been meaning to. Oh, oops.
I watched the first episode like right when it came out, and I don't know why.
You're like, why am I compelled to watch this?
Well, it was a friend showing me. I don't know what my friend was compelled to watch. I guess because the trailer, I don't know.
It took a lot of convincing. Well, I wasn't trying to convince Jared to watch it, but it was convincing. There was a lot of convincing for me to tell him to let me watch it. because I watched it and I liked it, and I was talking about like how much I liked it, and then he was like constantly getting mad at me for liking it. And so it wasn't like I was like, you should watch it. I was like, just let me like this. Like, stop, please. Let me enjoy things.
I don't even know if I like it.
I like it.
I don't really care about Pomni. I don't know if I care about the rest of anything else that's happening.
Just Pomni.
Like, what else is happening? I don't know. None of, like, I don't really care about else. What else is interesting in the plot? I don't know.
Well, I mean, yeah, she's the center of
I
it.
haven't seen the second episode either.
She's the center of it, obviously, you know, as the main character, but I think it's one of those shows where it's going to start showing you different, like, origins and parts of characters that you wouldn't expect. I think it's got a lot of potential. The thing that Jerry didn't like about it when he heard about it was that he kind of assumed it was another, like, VivziePop project, where it's just, like, a bunch of swearing and crude jokes. And I'm like, no. I mean, like, they have a swearing joke, but it's about how you can't swear. That's the swearing joke. And so it was like, yeah, it's dark, but it's not really like an ironic darkness as much. It's not like a psycho darkness as much as like what it might seem at the beginning. I recall Gooseworks even saying something of the sort when it released. She was like, I didn't really make it to be like a psycho scary thing. It's just, you know, supposed to be more mystery thriller maybe. Let's see here. I mean, it's pretty impressive for, like, you know, not a super professional studio. Animation is very smooth. Music is good. There's just these videos that are going around of this guy who's just incredibly passionate about specific items, and he keeps swearing about how passionate he is about these specific things. And it's like supposed to be comical, like he's swearing a comical amount. He's so excited about these things. And so like there's a video about him being super hyped about an old phone, like one of those phones that are just hooked up to the wall, and you put a cup to your ear. He's just swearing about how much he loves it. Someone just captioned it VivziePop phone. Because he's just swearing an unnecessary amount. I mean, as someone that swears a lot, even I'm watching and I'm like, okay, this is just too much. Like I was watching the trailer for Has Been, and I'm like, why is there so much swearing in the trailer? Like, I don't know. I try to give people the benefit of the doubt. I'm like, I'm not saying it's a bad project. I'm not, because I don't know anything about it. All I know is what I see, and I saw a lot of swearing. It's just like, but here's the thing: it's like when I swear, it's like I'm playing Overwatch or something like that. It's like spur of the moment. It's like a real, genuine thing. And then like when you're looking at a script for something, like I would never write the dialogue. I would never write the dialogue that I say while playing Overwatch as like a character dialogue, because it just, I don't know, it's too cluttered and messy with all the swear words. You would cut that out, but instead she seems to be, or whoever the writers are, seem to be adding additional swear words. It's like, oh, come on, there doesn't need to be a swear here. It's nonsense.
Adventurers want
The Tribune as well.
try to.
Yep. All I know is that I watched the the Die Young animation ages ago. I was like, this is pretty cool.
Same.
And then it's like, wow, okay, things have gotten like now she's got two shows. You know? And obviously they're like in the same universe, which is cool. But it's like, why do you have two shows already? You know, there's a lot more Hell of a Boss than there is Hazbin Hotel. To my knowledge.
Shoot, I almost won the gold saucer.
Almost doesn't win you the MGP.
The bamboo. I was one away. I died on the second to last bamboo thing. I survived like 5 minutes.
I like the sound it makes. Clunk. Yeah.
You know the symbol next to my account name in 14? It's like a fancy blooming flower or whatever.
Is that your, like, sprout? Your, like,
I guess
teaching
it's
level?
because I hadn't played for a long time, and when you take a long break and come back, it gives you that. And I
It lets
guess
everyone
it wore
know.
off.
Lets everyone
I guess
know.
it wore off, so now I'm just a sprout again.
It's just a big thing. It's just a thing that says, like, you know, this person is rusty. They're rusty. Have
I
patience.
guess. I don't know. It makes me look more advanced at the game than I am. People probably see it and go like, "Wow, that's fancy."
A lot of the things I notice with like UI and stuff in Final Fantasy, I'm like, oh, that's really clever. I mean, it makes sense. You know, they think of it. It's a very smart studio, and they've had a lot of time to iron out what would make a good UI, and so I'm pretty impressed with it. But still got a lot of filler quests.
At the beginning.
I seriously, she was
That's
like,
a very long beginning.
she was like, head over here and check this out. And I went over there, checked it out. I was just, there's a lot of walking. I had to fight enemies. I did the whole thing, and I come back and she goes, I guess that didn't mean anything. Anyway,
It will be relevant to the final boss.
It will be relevant to the
is-
final boss. Just gotta remember that rock.
The rock is the final boss.
And I was like, okay, I was on another quest while I did that quest. It's a good thing too. I would have lost my patience.
I'm kind of glad the sprout symbol's back. I don't want people to think I know what I'm doing. Apparently it takes forever to get rid of that sprout icon. Like, you have to be almost caught up with the game to get rid of that, apparently. They consider everyone that isn't like almost caught up as beginners? I don't know.
Is there like an in community like a mocking name for sprouts?
No, people aren't mean.
Hey, we got a
They're
green
just called
leaf here.
sprouts.
We got a little
I don't
green
think they're
leaf.
even. Actually, I think Sprout might be the fan name.
I mean, oh, is
I
it?
don't know if Sprout is mentioned in the game anyway.
We got a seedling.
No, there's a whole chat thing called the Novice Network, where people help out new players.
Yeah.
I don't remember how I got in it.
I remember, speaking of UI, I remember, watching, it's been a decade, I think, since I saw it, but I remember watching, Sword Art Online, and there's like a portion, this was like some of the coolest things about Sword Art Online that I wish they delved into more, and I don't know if they go into it more because they seem to kind of, at the beginning, end the show, but, there's like a portion where like, God, I think Kirito wants to get close to someone, but he doesn't know if this person's safe or not. But they have like they've got like a symbol by their name, and the symbol on the UI lets other players know that this player has never actually engaged in PvP before. So it's like this player is known for being a safe player, essentially, right? So it was like, okay, do this UI, I know that I can get close to this girl, and she won't. stab me in the chest, which obviously would be a horrible thing because I would die in real life. But what was cool about it though was that it was a format where he gets close to her and then he gets ambushed by a bunch of people that have PvP things next to their names, and she essentially works with them as bait. So she works because her UI, she's never actually killed anyone herself, so her UI is completely clean. Theirs are PvP'd up, so she just kind of lures people in, like, "Oh, help me! I need your help," and then those players get jumped on and killed. And I was like, this is such a cool thing. This is like, this is what you want in an anime about people being stuck in an MMO. Like these different like ways that people are finding workarounds and stuff in the game world that they're now forced to abide by the rules of UI and whatnot. I thought it was clever. I don't know if they went back and did any more with it, but
Or you could just make a Smurf account.
well, I mean, obviously in SAO,
guess
your
that's only
account
one
is your
account
account,
for
yeah,
them.
because you are your account. I'm just gonna log out and make another account. I'm just gonna log out now. So I mean, I do remember thinking like surely they're gonna do more with this when I was watching, because like the first half of the first season, I cannot believe it. They already end, they free everybody. It ends, like, first half of the first season, they free everyone. And then they move on to another game, which is not about being stuck in a game. It's more of an actual, like, characters are having problems that are just people having problems, and also there's a game involved, right? That's kind of what it went to become. And it's like, I don't know why you would do this in your first season. Like, it was such a cool format where, because like, people get in this game and they're stuck, and they were like, we don't know what to do, and they have to get to the top and beat the hardest savage content to free everyone, and then they just kind of like toss the final boss in after like 3 levels or whatever. And it was like, this could have gone for years. You could have kept it going forever, where, and maybe every season would be like a whole, like, a floor, maybe, or something. Several floors? It was cool. I hear that they go back to Aincrad, so I don't know if where the story goes. But I mentioned at the Christmas party, I mentioned that I at least liked the initial stuff for SAO. I was like, I at least like the initial Aincrad stuff, and Jared and Michaela got mad at me. She doesn't like SAO.
Same.
She doesn't like it. Jerry doesn't like it either, because Michaela doesn't like it, even though Jared introduced it to me.
Yeah, Jared didn't like it.
You didn't watch it?
No.
Let me tell you, it's...
Why would I watch it if I know I'm not gonna do it?
Characters are meh. Characters are just kind of there. It's not the characters, it's the world. And that's kind of how... That's like... This sounds weird, but that's kind of how I am with Elder Scrolls as well. Elder Scrolls is definitely more interesting world than characters. It's like the format, what the world's comprised of, how people live in it is, I think, more interesting than the actual characters. And that might be why I liked the first part of SAO. But like Michaela and Joe were like, it's a harem anime. Don't you even know what that is? And I'm like, okay, sure, but it's not about the characters.
Is it? I didn't even know the part about it.
God, I mean, like, it's you have like Kirito. He's like, I'm super cool, but I'm aware that these girls like me. It's kind of like that. It's very tropish, but it also kind of, I think, helped to popularize the trope, so it doesn't look good when you look back at it. I don't know, but
I don't think it did.
But
it's a very old thing.
I'm lost. Either way, characters aren't that important. I mean, I guess it depends what you want to watch an anime for. what's worse than a generic character is a contradictory character. I guess if a character is contradictory, then I don't want to watch. If a character is just like a little bit predictable, I don't care. Because once you get to contradictory territory, you lose believability. And I've known enough people where it's like, okay, you're pretty generic. But contradictory doesn't make any sense. So therefore, that's kind of when I stop. That's when I stop enjoying a project, and I don't recall finding much of that in Sword Art Online. I posted about this on Twitter, where this was a week ago. I posted about how I said I liked the initial Aincrad stuff, and the
idea,
and the. No, well, hey, it's not an unpopular opinion.
Posting your opinions on Twitter.
Lots of people are pissed that they just dropped the idea and went to a completely different format in the second half of the first season. And I posted about it, and the lore master for ESO picked up my tweet and was like, the initial Aincrad stuff is really good, and then like it's the exact opposite in the second half of the first season, you know, where it's just the worst. And you know, it's definitely harder to enjoy, yeah. It's almost like I want a project to just like carry on where it failed. Because like the villain was a guy who, like, you know, he's this psycho who just has this obsession with having control over people and having people, like, you know, be like lab rats in his mazes. And you know, he's not like a evil laughing genius or whatever. He's just like a very disturbed guy. And but he made a game, and he was like, I can actually have everyone be part of a world that I made, and they can't leave, right? Everyone has to play with me, essentially, because he's in the game. You know, he is a person in the game. He hangs out with everyone else. I don't remember if his nerve gear had a kill switch or not. I don't recall. But I think it did, because in the anime, you know, like I said, the first half, he does get beaten. But obviously, he's supposed to be the final boss, I think, but he gets beaten beforehand. And then I'm pretty sure he's like actually canonically dead, and he's like a spirit in the machine after that. But I don't know. It was cool. They could have really gone along with it. It's one of those things where I actually wish they make a movie off of it, because a movie would probably at least try to milk it. And this is one of those things where it's like, you should have milked it. I can't believe I'm saying this, but you should have kept it going for a very long time. But you didn't. It's very odd. But it also obviously made it was super, you know, dark at times, because these people are also, a lot of them are kids, and they're very young, and, you know, a lot of them completely just give up. Some of them just decide to settle down and try to make they just try to make it all part of their lives, and hope that someone beats final boss.
Why is the government intervened, or does no one know about it?
No, loads of people know about this. After it starts, everyone knows about it, and they wheel people into like hospitals where they hook them up to like machines. So, but the thing is, though, it's like they can't detach the machine or take them off, and no one can figure out how to work around the skill switch. So they just have like loads and loads of people in hospitals.
Why don't they just send in an elite gamer?
Well, in this case, Kirito's the elite gamer. That's where
he wasn't sent in there to.
No, he wasn't.
Everyone, was he?
That would be kind of cool, I guess. I don't really know if they were allowing any new players in, but
send in a pro gamer.
The pro gamer. But the thing about Kirito is that at least the interesting part about his the interesting thing about his character was that he was a beta player, right? So he had played on the PTS, and he was like, and he knew the ins and outs of all this content before anyone else did. So he's like the one that is expected to lead and stuff like that. It's been a while since I've seen it, but it was interesting at least seeing him struggle with like, I think he didn't want people to know that he knew all these things because he didn't want people to be depending on him. But at a certain point, he's just pushed beyond his limits, and he's like, I have to show people that I know things about this game that people don't know. But there's also issues where I remember at one part where like he's fighting a boss and he feels pretty confident, but then the boss does something that wasn't in the beta because they had changed it, and that got really stressful because it's like, oh, this is not something that I am familiar with, right? And so the whole dynamic changes. See, but like that's a cool concept. It's the concept. In fact, you know what? Make a Sword Art Online movie or other series, but follow other characters, I guess. Maybe? I think canonically they were all in Aincrad for 2 years? Maybe? You could do a lot in 2 years, but what if you had a guy that was about to beat Final Boss and he's like super stressed and he's psyching himself up to beat Final Boss? And he's just like, and then like Kirito beats the game master and the entire thing just ends and he's like, what the fuck? I came all the way up here for nothing.
Internet disconnect.
Internet disconnect. Actually, that could be interesting. Have a character that, you know, goes through so much, like friends sacrifice themselves and he's pushing himself past his limits, and he gets to the very final boss and he is like, you know, he's moments away from freeing everybody, and then like the game ends because Kirito frees everybody, and then he's like, my friends died for nothing. And then obviously you could carry the character on from that. Because it is kind of the question of what's everyone doing in Aincrad while Kirito's having his adventures. A lot of them give up. A lot of them become psycho killers. I'm not sure how you handle that legally when they're freed. Yeah, I killed people. Let's see if Google can tell me.
I mean, there are movies. I just don't know if they're like retellings of.
Yeah. How long were players stuck in Aincrad? Players were trapped in Aincrad for 2 years. Yep, 2 years. That's pretty decent. I mean, you could have a whole other anime of like things happening in Aincrad.
There are 3 movies.
What the heck? I'm looking at the Sword Art Online timeline, and one of the things I see says Red-Nosed Reindeer. I don't know what that means. Oh, is that like the Christmas fight? I don't remember.
Yeah, it sounds like none of these movies are retellings.
I just like the design for Aincrad. It's pretty cool. I don't know. Everyone's got a guilty pleasure. Whatever. I like Sword Art Online, I guess. Not all of it.
How much did you watch?
Well, I mean, like, I stopped probably. I don't know. Maybe I got into season 2. I definitely watched the Fairy arc, which was the second half of season 1. Because that was like you went from Aincrad to the fairy stuff, and a lot of people were like, "What is happening?" A lot of times, I look like I would be really into anime, and I sound like I'd be into anime, but I'm not into anime, really.
Well, there's 4 seasons, so you might have only seen like a fourth of it.
Yeah,
maybe that's why you like it.
That makes me wonder if there's something that happens after the stuff that I didn't like that makes me like it again.
Probably the opposite.
Maybe, but it's very rare that I dislike something. But I can say that I definitely did not like where the show went. Because whenever I try to watch an anime, they seem to interject stuff in there that's like, why are you putting this in here? You know? I don't usually get that with other shows, but for some reason whenever I'm watching an anime, it's like, this doesn't need to be in here. Like, either this is weirdly fan servicey, or, you know, it's, I don't know, it definitely, it's something that sticks out. It got that way. If I'm watching an anime, it's going to be a generic gateway anime, you know? Like, oh, have you seen Fairy Tail? You know, it's gonna be one of those. Not saying the story is generic or anything. I'm just saying it's very popular, and it's not like one of those ones that no one's ever heard of. So I watched One Punch Man, which I really enjoyed, and I watched a lot of Dragon Maid. Like I remember going on a long.
Oh, you're gonna say Dragon Ball?
No, that's too much Dragon Ball. I watched a lot of Dragon Maid, and I was like, it was like, you know, it's a slice of life show, and I was like, oh, I kind of like this. It's very slice of lifey, which I didn't expect. But you know, then they started adding things where I'm like, is this just, I don't know. I was like, you keep adding this, I can't watch anymore. And they just kept layering it on more and more. And it's just like, this doesn't really even match with the tone of the show necessarily. It just seems odd. So I stopped watching. I don't know how often that happens, but yeah, SAO was my first, because Jared made me watch it. He was like, oh, you gotta watch this. I think he probably got suggested by someone in youth group. You gotta watch Sword Art Online. This was, you know, it was probably like 2013. He probably got suggested by someone in
youth group.
Probably.
Recommended Sword Art Online.
I mean, it's likely. But, and so he was like, you gotta watch it, and so we watched it. A lot of episodes. And so I've gone back and I've been watching clips, and I've been watching the theme is really good, like the first season theme. The music is super good. But yeah, I mean, like, it's definitely it's super tropey, you know, character-wise. And there's something kind of comforting about it a bit. Because if you're like not watching for something super heavy.
You've returned. I was worried the lurkers got you.
But also at some points I get that vibe where it's like, you know, Sword Art Online can be fun when you don't have someone in your ear telling you it sucks. It's weird because that was before I had even played an MMO. I don't know, maybe it got me interested in MMOs. I didn't really think about them at all back then. You know, I mean, like, I had thought about WoW, I guess. I remember watching Pandaria stuff when that was announced. I remember watching the trailer for it. But I was never into the idea. And then I played ESO and I was like, okay, wait. It's kind of like, you know, I played Minecraft, which can be kind of MMO-ish, you know, a lot of players on servers. And I was like, okay, this is kind of like that. And I was, it's also like Sword Art Online. I understand now. Oh boy. This guy's name is Normal Shoes. I like how people talk about PBG like the last one standing, the last normal boots standing. Anytime anyone brings up any members, they're like, I see people post memes where they post like all the things that the other Normal Boots members did, and then it's like, PBG, he hates my Sims. That's his crime. I think the worst thing he's really done is side with his friends when he doesn't really know the full scope of the conflict. Because it's just his first like reflex. Obviously, I mean, you can't, it's kind of what many people would do, is just come to your friend's defense, but it's like, maybe wait a bit. But it's easy to say wait a bit for like evidence or you know, admittance when you're an outside party. If you're like his friend, it feels different. Hidden block members, kind of different, I guess. I mean, Space Hamster's cool. Brutal Moose, he's cool. Obviously, you know, they go off and do their own things now. But I forgot who else. I mean, like, I think probably the last one I would have suspected to have any kind of drama would probably be the Completionist, and you know, it's just like, yeah, it's just like, I mean, the Completionist had some drama back in I think 16, where he had like a split from his friend who he was working with. I think that was it, though. Lately, I've been obsessed with watching every YouTube video I can about exposed speedrunning cheaters. So, like, even games, you know, I've never played, you know, like Call of Duty or something, you know, like
Did you watch the, like, probably most fascinating one, the Monkey Ball one?
I had just watched the Monkey Ball one, I think, last night, but I don't know if it was the one that you're talking about. It was the one about frame pausing. Is that it? It was like this guy that did a run where he would use like frame pausing, but it was like spamming, where he would spam pause while going across a rail, and then the replay would omit all the pauses.
Yeah, it was a pack attack.
Maybe. I've heard. Yeah, that might have been him.
If you're willing to work, I'm ready to hire.
How long was the video?
Oh boy, I can check my history.
It was probably the same one.
I mean, I've seen a few videos on Monkey Ball speedrunning cheaters. It's like, how many people are going to do this?
Yeah, but this is the one. This is the one where they had to like dredge up like 20-year-old VHS tapes.
No, I actually haven't seen that one. I have heard about Pack Attack though, because he was mentioned as being like the most famous or something.
Well, maybe this was uploaded before this happened.
Maybe. So I found the video. This video is... No, this isn't... Hold on, what the heck? This isn't the right one.
The one I'm talking about is a guy that got away with it for 20 years, and they have to like dredge it, like literally have to find VHS tapes.
Right.
That were recorded.
Yeah, I see it. It's an hour and 5 minutes. It's by Goober13MD. Is that it?
What's it called? That might not help.
This one says, was Super Monkey Ball's greatest player actually the biggest cheater? And it says he got away with it for 20 years. This is what it says on the thumbnail.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the one that I watched is by the exact same guy, but it was about a different cheater.
Oh yeah, he says in the video that he's talked about Pack Attack before in like a positive light, because he was like, this guy's the top player. Yeah, he's great.
I recall him saying something like Pack Attack, who's like seen as the best, and I was like, oh, this guy sounds awesome.
I know Pack Attack from like the past 10 years because he's one of those YouTubers that uploads. I don't know if he's one of the ones that does like those thumbnails you see of like every boss, Super Mario 3D World, all bosses, 1080p cutscene movie or whatever. I think he's one of those people. Yeah. He's uploaded like gameplay clips for like 10 years. Anytime you see one of those, there's like a 50-50 chance it's him. So I had no idea he was in the Monkey Ball speedrunning scene, much less most likely cheating.
It's like when I learned that Forest Fire 101 did the Ducks song, and I knew him for his Lego stop motions. And I'm like, wait a minute, what? Hi, Craze, how you doing?
Ducks song 4.
Yeah, I watched.
One of the.
You gotta watch.
One of the most disappointing sequels we've probably ever seen. It's just, I don't know, it's underwhelming.
Underwhelming.
It was very underwhelming.
Underwhelming.
Well, it was just
song 4.
It wasn't just like the first one. I don't know.
Just like you're like gonna make like a review.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. The second and third one were like, I don't know, different at least.
Let's see, what other videos I had watched. Super Mario 64 speedrunning. I watched ones where like they tracked the guy cheating because they counted how many times Mario blinks. It's crazy. It's crazy how the lengths that they go to, but they manage, because they're like check out his blinking. It doesn't add up, and I'm like, shit, man, you're right. How'd you figure that out?
I saw the blindfolded one.
And then the cheaters are like, yeah, I saw that one too. The cheaters are like, I have no idea how you figured me out, but yeah, I cheated. I'm surprised that people admit to that. They're like, I am honestly shocked that anyone figured this out.
Have you watched any Pokemon ones?
Not yet. I watched Rocket League and Call of Duty, Super Mario 64, Monkey Ball. Not sure. Geometry Dash.
A lot were just spliced, but
yep, a lot of splicing.
It's like the easiest way to cheat.
Oh, that's right. I watched. I think my favorite guy to watch is Carl Jobst. He's my favorite, and he went over. I think this was him. He went over the Games Done Quick Metal Gear speedrun. What is it? Revengeance or something. The nanomachine one. It was the one from Games Done Quick with the guy that said the weird thing. The Godless Knights. Do you remember this guy?
Yeah.
Yeah, that guy. Do you know what happened?
Yeah.
He had used a video of his own speedrun instead of actually playing the speedrun that everyone paid for. And
then he left with that vague, weird,
so weird
message.
Definitely something wrong. And it was just weird to like see the breakdown.
Speaking of the completionists, I'm pretty sure Carl Jobst is the one that exposed him.
Yeah, I saw like he had a video on the completionist, but I just kind of felt like, honestly, the whole situation upsets me so much that I'm just avoiding it.
Yeah, he's the one that started it. The whole situation confuses me so much because I watched so much about it, and it's obviously like a horrible thing that happened, but it wasn't like out of... He gained nothing from it. It was just kind of like negligence.
Yeah.
It wasn't like being maliciously done. He's not like, oh, I'm spending the charity money. He just wasn't doing anything. Like, there was no reason.
He's just kind of sitting on it from what I understand. Not really.
It's not like it was just a huge issue of like miscommunication. Because it was like his... I think it was his parent, some family member has like the charity organization, and he has to like talk back and forth between them, and somehow it just ended up where he just wasn't giving the money to the charity that they promised it. They were just sitting on it.
Did he have it in like an account or something that was like, I don't know, gaining interest?
It wasn't him specifically. It was he wasn't gaining like anything as far as I know. It was just like negligence. Like, I didn't give the money to the charity yet. Like, they were going to, but it had been like years, so it's like, what are you doing? But I don't know, it's not like comparable to like, I don't know, like Cha-Cha or something. I don't know, it didn't feel like it was like something malicious about it. He wasn't like doing it on purpose, like, yes, I'm going to not spend the charity money, I'm gonna just not spend anything. Like, what do you gain from that?
Yeah,
I don't know.
it doesn't really seem to mean much to say he doesn't seem like a malicious person, but he doesn't. But
oh yeah, none of them seem like I wouldn't have said JonTron.
Yeah, well, I don't. I'm not that surprised with JonTron because he's very, I don't know, he's very loud and
I can't think of him being that way before.
I guess he's not. I guess he wasn't aggressive necessarily. He could be relentless. I don't know. And I don't even know what happened with. I'm not even gonna dip my toes to whatever happened with Pro Jared. That went back and forth over and over and over.
Oh yeah, that was a whole mess. But apparently he disproved all of it except he cheated on his wife or something.
Well, that's pretty
bad.
Which
is obviously horrible. But like everything else, that was like pretty much disproved everything else, I think. But yeah, I always like, I don't want to be super negative, but it always gives me an ick every time I see Twitter posts of people going like, well, at least we still have blank person.
Yeah,
it's like, you don't know what kind of skeletons they got in their closet. Every time I see with Markiplier, it's like, Markiplier's a cool guy, but like, I don't know, you don't know these people. Everyone's always like, well, at least we have Markiplier, he could do no wrong.
They're just like setting...
They're like saying that word
setting
for word. Yeah,
setting the dynamite alight, and you're just like watching the links go
like,
down.
You're setting them up.
I hope not. I mean, I don't know. Jared gets mad at Markiplier because he's like, I don't know, he makes so much money, and he's like, he doesn't donate it. And I'm like, how do you know?
He does a lot.
I don't know. He seems cool. Let's see. I watched. So I didn't actually watch the original video, but Carl Jobst released a video on. It was about selling sealed video games, right? Like, you know, like at auctions, like unopened Super Mario Bros, right? Something like that. I forgot what it was. It was some situation where where like someone was selling something on Pawn Stars, like the show, and
there's thunder.
Yeah. Oh wow. Again, just like you might want to look into this because I'm probably gonna get something wrong, but essentially like they were selling something on Pawn Stars, and I think like the whole thing was basically a setup because they knew they were gonna make a sale for a lot of money, and
they just reseal it or something.
No. I think it was definitely sealed, but I'm pretty sure it was something like I think the expert that they got was like someone they worked for or something like that. I don't know. There was it was a very complicated scenario, but he made a video on it, and because of it, like afterward, the whole culture for selling these sealed games at auctions or whatever took like a nosedive, and people started getting really mad at him for making that impact. And this guy made this video trying to expose Carl as like a fraud or whatever. He's a liar or whatever, and then Carl made a video about his video and was like taking it apart or whatever.
That's YouTube drama.
You can see why I'm kind of confused about the situation. Is because there's so many layers that I'm trying to
that so much. It was making video responses to each other.
Yeah, but the thing is, it's like what I did know was I could pick up and understand what the guy was saying and how it wasn't true and how he was skewing facts and stuff, because it's like, whereas I might not fully understand the situation, I can clearly see that this guy is skewing facts, and I'll explain why. So like, one, this guy's editing for his video was so unbelievably over the top that it was like I was watching a
Mr. Beast video.
No, well, it was like I was watching a Gravity Falls or Big City Greens. Like, this is what a YouTuber is like, kind of.
Yeah,
a thing.
Mr. Beast.
Like No, well, I've watched Mr. Beast. This was so over the top, I could not believe it was real. I was like, this is a real human being who made a real video, and people watch this going, this is good content. I could not believe how it was styled. It was like, he might as well have just tossed some rage faces in there. It was so bad. I'm not saying that just because I didn't agree with him. It was so hard to watch. But apparently this guy, makes videos and people like it this way. But, so that alone was kind of weird. But also the way that he was speaking was so venomous. It was so weird how, people can speak so venomously and everyone's just like, yeah, that makes sense. He essentially, at one point, he was like, this is Carl's friend that he reached for a source. This is what Carl's friends said on his podcast. And it's like Carl's friend, he was like a video game collector, and he's saying, I collect video games, and I have them all here on my shelf. But I don't want them sealed. I don't care if they're sealed. I'll buy them if they're opened, if they're used. I'll buy them 3 or 4 times already bought, and things like that. And this guy's like, is this guy really a sealed video game collector? If he says that he'll buy used, opened video games, is he really the person to go to for a source on this video? Carl apparently thinks so. And it was, he would make videos talking like that. And then Carl's like, yeah, here's the real clip. And he posts a clip from his friend on the podcast, and his friend it's a spliced clip. I can't believe someone has the guts to do this. It's a spliced clip. His friend is saying something like, some people who like to be collectors, they might have different opinions than me. They might be like, I don't want to buy video games sealed. I don't care if they're 3-4 times already played or bought or open. He's like playing as a hypothetical person at that point, saying what they would say. And it's just a completely I can't believe someone would have the guts to do that. It's disgusting. I couldn't. But I hope this guy's YouTube channel crashes. It won't, but I hope it does.
It's thousands of hours worth of content like that people make.
What a horrible person.
Just drama videos back and forth. They just slander the other people with a lot of times things that aren't true.
But he was like, Carl just makes videos for money and things like that. And it's like, dude, what do you think you're doing? Like, that's what this whole thing's about. That's why you're lying to people, so that you can get money from your video.
I would argue that's like, I feel like that's like half of YouTube.
Yeah.
It's just stuff like that. People going back and forth over stuff like this.
Not only that, though, but the video that Carl put out was not demonetized, but he didn't have a sponsor because he didn't want to get money from it. That exact video. So
I was gonna say, let's say, to be fair, a lot of these people, if they're doing drama back and forth, like at least they're, you know, circulating the economy. They're all making money from it. They're all giving each other money in a way.
Yeah. It is an economy, but
maybe like talking behind the scenes, orchestrating fake drama.
I mean, what I like about Carl though is that he doesn't. There's literally no reason to lie. If you're good enough with you know, researching the facts, it makes a good video. And I'm not just saying like it's like, oh, I believe him because I watched him first. Like he's got sources. You know, he goes in depth. He doesn't have crazy cringe editing. You know, like I could not believe it. I could not believe this guy's videos. It was so funny. It was unbelievable. I have a hard time believing that someone would make a video like that, but I guess, you know, there's all kinds. You know, he would say something like, you know, I'm sure Carl's feeling like this right now, shows a Shutterstock picture of a baby with a loud baby crying sound. It's like, okay, you know. What a silly man. So essentially you're watching both videos and you're like, you have one guy who's very methodical and thorough and slow in speech, and then you have one guy who's clearly sensationalist, saying that the other doesn't know what he's talking about. Ugh.
There's a lot of Twitch drama like that too. So anyone ever like calls XQC up or something, they'll be like, your mom. And you get like 100,000 likes.
Your mom!
Because he could just like say anything and get like 100,000 likes. Ratio.
To your mom, am I right, guys? And then chat's just like,
killed
yes.
a few people, but your mom.
However, your mother. And I say that because it's Mother's Day. Yeah, I don't know, it's weird how comfortable people are with just like, I'm just gonna put a lie out there. Doesn't affect me any. And if, you know, I get called out for it, it doesn't matter because I have such a large player or fan base that they will... What? Wait, what? Hold on. I'm having a graphical error here. There's two Hero Storms going on at the same time. What? Wait. There's one here, but this... That's not... But... Whoa. Okay, well only one's real. One's a mirage. It's gotta be. It's probably... This one's definitely... This one right here has gotta be the mirage. I don't know if I've had this happen in years. So I don't remember... if it'll fade away. I don't think it's active. Like, I don't think it'll actually spawn enemies. I'm gonna check it out. Okay, so here's someone. I don't know if they see the Hero Storm. I don't know if I'm just having a delusion. I don't know what they see, so I'm going to... I'm underneath it. Yeah, I'm underneath. I'm underneath it. What? That's cool. I don't know the last time I got a chance like this. Did you see that Fallout 76 is going to be doing Hero Storms? Fallout 76's new DLC is like
literally.
Well, it's like rad storms, and they look like Hero Storms a lot. It's like the sky's red, and there's like a big funnel. It's a pretty fun looking DLC. It's gonna be like the bottom right of the map somewhere there. I love how casual the campers are. They don't even care that there's a ritual happening right above them. And the reliquary is making a sound. I don't recall hearing that. It's making a whistling sound. I'm probably the only one seeing this.
Carry the divines with you. You have nothing to fear.
There's not a thing in Skyrim that can scare me.
I've heard some unsettling rumors. As if there are any other kind out here.
The Hero Storm symbol looks like the Shadow the Hedgehog symbol. Alright, I'll just leave them to it. I wonder if I can get a picture with both of them. I mean, they're in completely different directions, so I guess probably not. Weird. It's like Twisters. It was Hero Storms. You see the Twisters poster, like the movie poster? They've got the movie poster is pretty clever because they've got like the one that just released.
Understand it.
Yeah, a bunch of people. I didn't understand it at first either. I mean, they're all like looking away, and the tornado's behind them, and everyone's like, "This is a dumb poster because the tornado's behind them," you know, and they're looking at the viewer or like above the viewer, and then like someone noticed that in the rear view mirror of the car, you can see the second Twister that they're all looking at, and it's like, oh, that's a pretty fun poster. Clever.
Apparently, they released a poster like months ago that showed them looking at the first one.
Oh,
so
that's
there was supposed
neat.
to be additional context.
Okay,
I
I
guess.
see.
Though also the movie's called Twisters, so you could probably just infer that they're looking at another one.
Yeah, I don't know. It just was like.
Like the whole point of the movie is that there's multiple, so.
But I mean, like, obviously, you know, it's going to be crazy, but the stuff that we've gotten lately, the stuff that we got, like, this last month, has been, you know, you watch that footage and it looks like a movie. Like, I've got footage saved of some of those tornadoes. There was a massive one that it was so incredible. I forgot how wide it was, but it was so incredibly wide and powerful that, like, if it was above a town or something, you know, it would have inflicted massive damage. But obviously, you know, it wasn't. It was pretty much above the middle of nowhere to my knowledge, and it didn't really inflict that much damage, so it got a low rating on the scale, because that's why you never hear you never hear on the news like there's an F5 tornado or whatever, because we can't know what scale the tornado is until after we're able to register what the damage is, because it's all based on damage. So a tornado can be like massively, it can be huge with like incredibly powerful winds, but obviously like it depends on how much damage it does. I think that large one was like F2 or 3. And it's like, you wouldn't think it by seeing it. But it was weird. I mean, it was basically stationary. It was almost like a hero storm. It was just like sitting there, just like going up. I forgot what day it was. It was recently.
Hold up there, young blood.
Seeking a reliable researcher's
Orcs. If they aren't fighting, they're fighting about fighting.
Yeah, I wonder. Hold on, let me check really quick to see. I've got 2 windows open. I keep forgetting what tab is in what window, because. Okay, so let me see. Meh. Yeah, what's going on over us? Is gonna be gone probably. Yeah, it's gonna be gone by like 1. Wait, hold on. No, wait, for us it's like already gone. It's like up north, so you might hear some thunder. It's moving northeast. There's some crazy stuff happening in New Mexico. I think I heard no wait, no, hold on. It is Sunday. Was it later? They're predicting... Hold on, let me refresh this. They're predicting... something to develop around 8 a.m. And it'll go on until 4 p.m. Chances for rain are very, very high. Like, it's like 90s and 80s from 11 a.m. to 4 p.m. Kind of hoping it really clears up by the time we leave. Yeah, like Jared said earlier, he wants to watch the Fallout show. I guess he wants to do it with like it'll be Mom, me, Michaela, him. I mean, the more I'm still getting used to what Fallout even is. Maybe I should wait a bit more. I don't know when he's planning on watching it, but I'm guessing it'll probably end up being Sundays. Do you know how Fallout 4 starts?
I remember how 3 starts.
Oh yeah. Yeah, because like it's 3 you're like growing up. I think that was Bethesda's first Fallout, if I recall correctly. Because they bought it.
I guess so.
And 4 begins like pre-war, so you're this guy with a family before the war, and you have like a guy come to your door and he's like, hey, you want to be part of the vault? And I was like, I don't know, it's a big commitment. It's talking about, you know, the end of the world is kind of stressing me out, but I eventually, you know, you cave in, you sign the papers to be like part of the vault project, and like literally 5 minutes later the bombs start dropping. 5 minutes, you get 5 minutes of time and then the bombs start dropping. What are the odds? So you and your wife and your infant child all make it to the vault, which is basically in your backyard. a lot of convenience there. You make it to the vault, and they're like, welcome to the vault, and you're there with like 7 other people. At most. And they all hand you your vault outfits, and it's vaults 111, I think? And you wear your vault outfit, and they're like, welcome to the vault, you know, we'll get you set up over time. Just, you know, go into this decontamination chamber and we'll run you through the basics. And I'm looking at this like this pod that they want me to walk into, you know, and I'm like, guys, this ain't a decontamination chamber. I've seen enough sci-fi to know what this shit is. It's a cryogenics freezer. I mean, I just know. And I get inside, and then everything starts freezing over, and I'm like, shit. It's a cryogenics freezer. And so everything starts freezing over, and they freeze you, and then you wake up from cryo sleep at some point, just in time to see raiders break into the vault and shoot your wife or your husband, I guess, depending on who you're playing as. And then they take your kid, and then you go back to cryo sleep, and then you wake up later, and you're like, well, shit, I have to find my child. That's the vibe of the game. You have to find your kid. And I had just gotten to the point where I found the guy that killed my wife, and I got to choose. I mean, I was like, how do I mean, he didn't want to see Reason, which is good, because I didn't want him to see Reason. I wanted to kill him. So, but it's like, how do I kill him? I did just find a mini nuke moments earlier. I found a gun that launches mini nuclear bombs, and I'm in a small room with this guy. So I tried to take a distance away, and I launched it, and it was obviously still way too close, and I blew my arms off. So that I decided to not do that. So I elected for using my baseball bat that I got that's covered in barbed wire. And that's how I took him out. I have pictures, but they're very messy. I got them from a guy who insisted that baseball was played by people who tried to kill themselves with baseball bats. You know, it was like a gladiator fight. And I was like, dumbass, that's not how baseball was played. And he's like, what do you know? And it's like, I'm from the past. I didn't tell him that, but... I was like, literally a day ago in my brain, baseball was just a game that people played. But now people just think that it's a gladiator fight. But he was selling...
Why were you even cryogenically frozen?
It's
an accident?
The vaults, each vault does like a different experiment, right? So the vaults have like different tests, or like test chambers. I mean, some of them are normal. Some of them you just live out your life. I think they're called control vaults, and then other vaults are like literally just straight up experiments. So it's like for example, during my exploring in Fallout 4, I found a vault that was all a big experiment. That was like it was a sick social experiment where they got a bunch of rich people to sign up for the vault, so that when the bombs dropped, the rich and the uplifted would go into the vault, and then they would be forced to live alongside the poor and downtrodden, and the rich would be treated the same way, you know, as the poor were. And like a lot of times, like it was like, you know, if they're abused, then they're abused. It was a social experiment to see how these people would react in that situation. Like, how would someone who lives in the fancy life, how would they react to living the poor life, you know? And I mean, that's like the different vaults are just different ways to screw with people. And I got cryo freeze. That was mine. I mean, I guess it could have been worse. I guess they could have, like, I don't know, dissected me or something. But yeah, so I mean, not every vault is that way from what I understand, but a lot of vaults are just like weird experiments. Why are they experiments? I don't know. I talked with Jared about it, and I think he theorized that they were made for like interplanetary travel, like getting information on people, and then over time it became more like instead of colonizing planets, it became recolonizing Earth after the bombs. I don't know. I'm definitely not an expert.
Who woke you up, or was it like on a timer?
I think the system woke me up, because I went to sleep, woke up, got traumatized, fell back asleep, and then woke up. And yeah, I guess it was the system. Here's the thing: everyone else in their cryo chambers was dead, so everything failed. You know, it was like May's backstory. Everyone was gone. It either failed or someone screwed with it. And so I was the only one that made it out. All the staff for the vault were also long dead too. They were gone. I think there was like a mutiny or something while I was asleep. So like it's been like 200 years in the future. And that's how long I was sleeping. Which honestly sounds pretty good. Yeah, I've got dog meat as my companion. He's pretty fun because he can hold on to enemies. Like, so I'll be fighting enemies and he grabs like a bad guy by the arm and keeps him still, and then I get a headshot, which is pretty fun. He also can't die. Nothing. I mean, like he can be like knocked out of the fight, you know, like Skyrim style, where he's like wounded and has to stay there, but he'll get back up. So it's good to have a companion like that. That's why I didn't feel bad launching the nuke into the room where he might have been fighting. I was like, he can handle this. It's fine. VATS is also pretty fun. You know, that like system where you like slow down time and target your enemies. That's pretty fun. It's fun to use with like a baseball bat. But I really upped my charisma and everything, so like I try really hard to pass speech checks, and I've done like 90% of them, which is really good. So like if I'm in danger and I get a chance to talk my way out of it, I can usually do that. Which saves me a lot of ammo. But yeah, it's definitely one of those games where, like, if you start playing, like, the Elder Scrolls and then you go to Fallout, you know, it's like, oh, there's a lot more, violence. You know, you'll get decapitations in Skyrim, you know, a clean decapitation or whatever. But Fallout is way more, extensive.
It's like super over the top.
I wouldn't say it's super over the top. I mean, I think that it makes sense for someone's head to shatter when I hit it with a baseball bat.
I don't think it was 3, but like it was like you shoot someone in the arm and they explode or something.
No, I mean like I
Maybe that was 3.
I tend to like the realism. I think if I like hit someone on the shoulder, they'll flinch. Maybe, I don't know. Interestingly enough, I never streamed Fallout, not because of how violent it is or whatever, but I feel like I'd worry about backseat, someone to come in and start backseating. I think I'd be okay with it being violent.
You limit yourself a lot because of backseat.
What?
It's a lot of games you limit what you stream a lot because of backseat.
Well, I mean,
probably a lot of. Have you ever worried people backseat you with ESO?
Well, no, I think.
Do they ever?
I think like they're like, oh, look at this guy. He's got, you know, an Elder Scroll in his profile pic, and I don't know. He seems to know what he's doing.
Most people don't care.
I don't usually get it in ESO, but like I'm worried that I'm always worried people are gonna say something in my chat, not something mean. I can handle people being mean, you know. But like,
I mean, has it happened yet?
Backseat gaming?
Yeah.
It has happened in Morrowind, but I think that's kind of expected. I remember my first UESP stream, I was playing Morrowind. because it was the 20-year anniversary and it was the revival of the UESP Twitch channel. And there was a huge weight on my shoulders because I was like, I can't wait for this to happen. I literally just... And by that I mean I cannot wait, because if I wait, then it would be over. So it's like I have to stream on this day. It's the anniversary. And I was like, I have to play Morrowind because it's that, you know, it's its special day. And I had never streamed Morrowind. I don't think I'd streamed Morrowind. I was still pretty new to it. And like I got some backseating that stuck with me. Cause I mean, like, people, you know, people who played it nonstop are like, why are you doing it this way? Do it this way. And it's like, well, it might be hard to fathom, but, you know, some people are new. So, but I did it for the channel.
Well, yeah, maybe they saw the channel and thought you were an expert, so they were confused.
They probably did, because they're like, hey, it's a UESP, he knows everything. I mean, like, I'm definitely more, like, I'm not a mix of, oh, I know how to play this Elder Scrolls game, and I also know the lore. I'm the guy to go to for lore, and that's it. I am someone that definitely cannot tell you how to min-max any Elder Scrolls game. And yeah, I mean, it's stressful because you're always worried someone's gonna. Advice is good, you know. Advice is good. I had someone give me advice like, you know, in Morrowind, stamina is important. Stamina is your everything in Morrowind. Even if you're not running a stamina build, it's essentially your luck, your chance of passing something like a check. And I'm like, okay, and ever since then I've been playing Morrowind pretty good. That's a good tip. But like someone that's like getting aggressive about their backseating just stresses me out. It's that feeling you get when someone's like, you know, like literally when they're like, turn left here. It's like, get off my back.
Well, you could tell them not to. You can put in the stream title, no backs. Well,
yeah,
I do that.
I could, but I usually, I mean, my Twitch streams are always facts.
Well, not when you're playing ESM. I meant if you were to stream something that you were afraid people would backseat you.
Well, if I'm playing any Elder Scrolls game, I have an Elder Scrolls fact. If I'm playing Starfield or Sea of Thieves,
or Fallout.
I don't do a fact. I usually do a standard title. I don't even say what I'm doing, which it's not good for my
you
stream.
Put it in brackets at the end, no backs.
I'd like to, but
Who backseat you in Overwatch?
My Elder Scrolls facts are way too long for that.
Well, I don't mean with Elder Scrolls.
I've never been backseated in Overwatch, I don't think. Despite people watching, sometimes it surprises me how many people will watch me play Overwatch, and I'm wondering, I'm like, you know, do they know that I'm shit? Or, yeah. But, you know, hey, if you enjoy what you see, then that's what a stream is for. But also I'm worried, you know, backseating could also end up being story spoilers as well, where they're like, you know, don't go through there, you know, it's going to be important later, or something like that. And it's like, I don't want to know that. You know, some people can be really careless with what they translate when they're talking about, like, stuff, and it's like, well, you just spoiled it, but you didn't realize that you did, right? That happens a lot. And I'm super sensitive to it.
Yeah, you can infer a lot sometimes. People are
Yep. I infer all the time.
And some people are very, very not careful about it.
Nope.
It's like you'll see posts about it, a lot of people are like mocking when someone's like, "Oh, you like that character?
Yeah,
Go
yeah.
get to attach."
Yeah, it's like okay.
What
You might as well just tell me at that point.
Yeah.
Literally everyone in the Terror Storm is dying, like in droves, like 5 people in front of me. And I'm just typing in the chat, like, need help, need help. I feel bad. If only I could give them my shields.
Well, I was gonna ask if you want to play for it, but I don't have anyone to group us. Well, I did find out you can essentially make group chats in 14. So
Is
you
it
might
like
be
a
able to
whisper
mess
chat?
each other. Basically, someone who pays for the game can make, like, they're called link shells. I think they're in the lore. They're what the, like, science people are talking to you with.
Yep.
You can make those and invite anyone, even if they're free players. So I could just get someone to, like, make one for just us 3.
Ah.
We don't have to be in a group to mess each other.
Just check out this meme that he posted in the link shell.
Doesn't fix the grouping problem.
No.
Our harvest begins.
Although we've never tried queuing for things at the same time, that might actually work.
Maybe, but it's a gamble. It's a big gamble. I mean, I guess if it was very specific, like a hyper specific thing, we might be okay. But
Even early dungeons, I don't know if it's at the same time. Usually you're waiting like maybe a few minutes for a dungeon. So if you're doing it at the exact same time, I don't know.
it's so cool how
also-
how many people just showed up. What?
You'd also be able to see because it gives you a little confirmation box, like showing who's ready for. I guess you wouldn't be able to see exactly who's in it. But
Nope.
also, if you decline at that point, I think it gives you a little mark for a bit.
Ah.
It's like leaving a game Overwatch.
It was so cool how I was just like, I need help, you know, like, and then so many people just showed up.
On your left.
Yeah, it was kind of like that. I got a style. I got Greymore helmets. That is actually kind of rare-ish. It's definitely not Blackreach Vanguard common. So
This person's literally on a pterodactyl.
nice.
I don't know where people get any of these things. Also, I either never knew this or completely forgot, but apparently you can make 8 characters on a free trial. I don't know
Yeah.
why you would. The only reason to make any other characters in this game is if you want to replay the story or you just want like a different character, I guess.
Let's do a Realm Reborn again.
Yeah, I don't know how many people want to do that again.
Let's go.
I guess just if you want to play as like a different race or something, because it's not like another reason.
But yeah, my friend was running me through all those dungeons, and he was in voice call and I wasn't. But well, I mean, I wasn't talking because it was like 7. It was like 7 a.m. and I was like, I don't want people to know I'm awake. But we were doing dungeons. Yeah, I mean, I guess my room's got pretty good
Nobody
sound
hears
insulation.
me. Also, no one's awake.
Right. I don't know. I don't know who's gonna be up. I forgot what day it was. I think it was a weekday. But yeah, we were doing dungeons on repeat, and he was like teaching me how to heal, and he was teaching me about pulls and double pulls, and he was like, how many enemies do you want me to pull? And I was like, pull all of them.
What?
I was like, pull all of them, and I'm just gonna see how much I can heal you, right? Like, I can see if you can withstand it all. And he did at least double, maybe triple pulling, but
Were the other 2 people aware, or were they strangers?
they were strangers, but But like, this would really only be dangerous for the tank and support because he's pulling the enemies, right? So the DPS aren't in danger. It's just like, at that point, it's like if he can stand it and I can stand it, then the DPS have it easy. And it went very well. He didn't pull every enemy in the dungeon, but he did. He pulled quite a few. And but like I was just spamming heals, and he was like, "Don't spam heals because I'm not going to die." He's like, "Only heal me when I'm gonna die." And he says, you know, don't heal me otherwise. Because he's like, if you're healing me when I'm actually not going to die, then your healing doesn't mean anything, and you could be doing damage. Right? That's what he said. And so that's what I aim to do, is damage.
It's hard to gauge sometimes because of cast times.
Yes, it is. I was stressing so hard. I was like, you know, just like holding my breath because I'm like, is this gonna go through before he dies? He's taking so much damage, and like maybe he has the game sense for it, but I do not.
So
you know?
yeah, I don't
I'm
quite
really...
wait until the person's like about to die. If it's like, I do it like at about half health because I figure by the time my cure goes off, they're gonna be at like a 4th health.
Yeah, I mean that sounds good, but I think he wanted to be lower than that. So.
I did a like fairly difficult dungeon I'd never done before. I was trying to heal everyone, and they all died. And the tank was like, I couldn't tell if it was condescending or not. If they're just being nice, he was like, "You want me to go slower? Should I be playing less enemies?"
Should I be going slower?
I was like, "Yeah, I can't tell." I was like, "Yes, I can't tell if you're being condescending." But it was just something like, I can do this slower if you want," which I guess was probably polite. But I can't read his tone through text, so might have been angry at me.
Yeah, it is hard to tell. I mean, like, because I don't know. I felt a little bit bad for our tank when we were doing that dungeon, and like, was it Ray telling the tank to like pull less or something like that? It sounded demanding. Pull less. And I'm like, I'm not even the tank.
I don't think he's ever played tank. I've never played tank, but that is what we were dying, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, but
there were like way too many people swarming us.
I'm like, if anyone should be criticized for how they play in this dungeon, it should be me.
Well, not if it's the tank pulling 20 people.
I don't think the tank was pulling too many. I think I wasn't healing enough. I mean,
I don't know. I thought the tank was pulling like 10 people or something. They were just rushing through, which, I mean, probably is what you do if you're like super high level. I don't know.
I found that I think it's a trial. I forgot what zone it was in, but I found it looked like a how do I explain this? A big curve, like a halo almost, that was like snapped off and just sticking out of the ground.
In the shroud?
Yeah, I think so. It had like a blue interior. I didn't get close enough. I think I heard that it was a trial.
Yeah, there's a trial in there. I haven't done it yet. That is a piece of what's it called? Dalmud, I think, which is the giant moon that was the prison for Bahamut.
Oh, cool.
And when he broke out, the pieces rained down. So essentially, it's a halo. The moon pieces rained down and just kind of crashed into the planet.
Neat.
There is a boss in there. I think it's part of the Bahamut raid things. The game being reset just left so many landmarks. I mean, they literally remade the whole map, so it's not like it's the exact map, but they left all that stuff there. must have been really cool content for the people that were playing the original. Be like, yeah, now I get to go beat up the guy who destroyed the game.
I mean, like, didn't the guy fix the game?
I mean, yeah, I'm talking about, you know what I mean, lore-wise.
I feel like, shouldn't we be praising him?
But they're like the people that were like watching the server shut down with like the moon crashing into the planet.
I think he's a pretty cool guy. It's like without him, we wouldn't have the game that we have today. It's kind of like a Wreck-It Ralph position. It's just his role to play, and and he helped us out.
I need to brush up on like the lore of him, because in person it was like the Empire imprisoned him in there with the, and then they unleash him in the middle of the war battle.
The Garleans let him loose.
Yeah, like the Empire. But you can rewatch like the opening cutscene and they're there in their airship, like watching them be unleashed, because it's like a prison. It's like a moon prison thing, and he's unleashed from it. And then the main characters that you play as get teleported like 5 years in the future or whatever. And because if you are a 1.0 player and you carry over your account, I don't think it carries over your customization. I'm pretty sure you had to remake your character, because it took like a year or two for them to remake everything from the ground up.
That must have been a hard time.
Yeah, because I think some parts of the map have some of the same framework. They look pretty similar, but for the most part, it's an entirely different game.
I mean, like, you wouldn't even know that the game would turn out to be a success. For all you knew, like, all these people know, it could have been like just like, oh, this isn't worth it.
They did get a different team and everything else, so, which, I don't know what happened to the original team. I probably feel pretty bad if you're on the original team, and you're like, yeah, I worked on the original, and then they trashed our stuff and had to get a new development team and made a successful game from it. But if you're a 1.0 player, you actually get like a totally different intro. Not like intro cutscene, but like your game starts totally differently. You like get teleported outside one of the starting cities because you were from the intro cutscene. You know, you're teleported like 5 years in the future, whereas everyone else, like me and you, just have like the standard intro where they're a traveler who show up or whatever.
Yeah.
But not 1.0 players. So essentially, if you're playing for 1.0, you canonically are the same character. You got like teleported 5 years in the future.
Cryo freeze.
And there's some line that gets changed that like acknowledges that you were from back then.
So in lore, 5 years. In real world, 2 years.
Maybe it was 1, I don't know. No, they could have done all that in 1 year, I don't know. The original came out like 2010. Then When We Were Born was like 2013.
I wish ESO would do something where like an event would be happening that everyone would be seeing from everywhere. You know, I don't
know how easy it is to do, but you can watch videos, not just the videos of like what I've shown you of the server ending, but just people running around showing off like the towns and stuff to like, you know, preserve what it looked like. Like, here's me running around Limsa 1.0, and you just look up at the sky, and like the sky's red, and there's a giant moon falling.
Like put a VHS filter on it and the date in the corner, you know, like shaky camera, like just kind of like, you know, like an awkward zoom in to the moon, and like it blurs and then it focuses. It's like,
it's pretty sad. It's like people knowing the world's gonna end and archiving video footage, what things look like before the end.
I just think that it would be cool if ESO had like a thing that like everyone could see. I don't know, you could like crack the sky, because they can do that now. There's gonna be like sky cracking effects this year.
Well, there's, I guess I won't say it out loud because I don't know if I'm just giving spoilers. I mean, being said on your stream, you know the spoiler obviously. But that one location, I don't know if I can be about it. I know there's one location that has some landmark that something happens to in the story, and it just stays that way in ESO.
Yeah. There's
that thing.
There's like I
so
can
they
think
could change, but that's like client side.
I can think of a few things where like they alter the map because of the main quest. And honestly, it's not like
there's the obvious ones. The Morrowind one with the like.
Yeah, Bardal moves, right? And so it's like that.
So they could probably do that for everyone.
But yeah, I just think that like I don't know, replacing the skybox would be pretty cool, just for like. But it's like that gets complicated. I'm sure. It's like
a huge event.
Yeah, it's like this could only be Tamriel zones, can't be Oblivion zones, or do you want do you want it to be Oblivion zones? I guess it could be.
Yeah, 14 only did it because they were literally shutting the whole thing down. I don't think they've done something like that since. When you're gonna like close your entire game, it's like, you know, who cares? Even if there's a technical glitch messing that up, it's like, who cares? The game's gonna. So they probably were just throwing it out there as like a cool thing to do.
I mean, Athelia's like a huge, the big threat that honestly, I believe it's very possible that ESO has been planting like a trail for her throughout like the 10 years that it's been going on. You know, because they can't do a 10-year story like Final Fantasy can, but what they could do is they could start planting seeds for like Athelia lore over time, and I'm thinking that they were doing that. And it's like, okay, well, that's pretty cool. I think they've been planning Athelia for maybe a while. And, so, if you're gonna do, like, a cool effect that changes the world for everyone at the same time, this is your time to do it. But...
Yeah, it'd be good publicity. People would be like, what's going on? Google it. I'd be like, oh, it's this new expansion. I'll buy that.
Yeah. I think that all that would really... I think that cracking the sky for some bit would make sense, but I don't know.
Yeah, that's weird, because it's like... I don't know how much... what the chronology of the ESO timeline is. Like, if someone's doing a Morrowind story quest, can that canonically happen?
Yeah, see,
because it happens way later.
That's the reason why they don't do it. At least that's what I think of. It's always about, like... You know, it's the player doing the storyline at the time. For Final Fantasy, it was like, this is happening whether you like it or not. You know, like, the servers are going to be shutting down, and the world's ending. You know, that was a thing that happened for everybody. So, that's not usually how ESO rolls. But I think that, like, I don't know. They've done the thing where, like, during Elsewhere events, they've had it where, like, dragons show up in the main cities, which is fun.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I think that... I don't know. I think they could probably find some way to have it happen. Not, like, for an event, like, particularly, but maybe just for, like, to get your attention. I like the idea. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna look up a video for seconds of what they call it? What they call it, like, pre A Realm Reborn? Do they have a name for it?
Final Fantasy 14.
I mean, because I'm trying to, like, what would you type in to, like, see a video? Because I don't want to type in Final.
1.0.
Okay.
It's all called 1.0. A Realm Reborn is considered 2.0. And it just goes on from there. They're about to be at 6.0, so...
Okay, here's the Final Fantasy 14, the final 11 minutes, end of Eorzea. But this looks like... Oh, wait, no, this is it. Yeah, this is it. I recall you showing me this. Yeah, hold on. Hold on, let's see. I gotta... I'm moving my windows around. Yeah, here it is. Actually, hold on. It's so traumatic. And the sound's creepy too. The sound is really weird. You hear like howling lightning. Quick, didn't we bring any nuclear missiles?
I wonder how much people knew when it was happening. I don't think they knew that there was like Bahamut in there or what it was. I don't remember.
But they did know that they knew that the
element.
server was ending, though, right?
Oh yeah. But I mean, like the story context, I don't know if it was clear in that way.
They're singing. It's like this. I hear singing. I heard something. What was that? Yeah. Yeah, there's like this lady singing. It's like an echo. It's like sounds like she's far away. It sounds like she's in the moon.
I think it's the lady singing the like intro song that plays in the cutscene.
Yeah, maybe.
I don't know how many times you've watched the cutscene. I rewatched it again recently, and I was like, I forgot what good it was.
Nowhere else to run. We're all dead. They're calling it a comet.
Well, I don't know the definition of comet. I guess it's some celestial body. I think it's referred to as a moon, though.
I'll see you in the next world, guys. Frowny face.
It's not the moon. It's just a moon, I guess.
A moon.
Because the moon still exists.
Oh wait, hold on. And then it plays the cinematic, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. With Elvish Abner Tharn. So I think of anytime I see him.
The guy from the GIF.
Yeah, the guy from the GIF.
I think his name's
spelling mistake.
Louis Swa, I think is his name.
He always looks like Abner Tharn to me.
I just spelling mistake.
makes a minor spelling mistake. I mean, it must have been pretty intense. If you're gonna shut down your game for a bit, I mean, I guess I guess it's a good way to get people hyped.
It was like the president of Square Enix or something was talking about some brutal terms to a failure. It was something like, this may have done permanent damage to the Final Fantasy brand or something. It's like, dang, how bad was it?
Well, that doesn't matter anymore because this is the good future, I guess.
Yeah.
I always find it interesting how a lot of stories end up trying to make up for when they make mistakes. You know, it's always interesting seeing how like backtracking and retcons and this is how we fix it works sometimes. Oh hey, I just saw the is that the thing? I just saw like in the cutscene you can see something fall from the moon. Is that the thingy? It looks blue.
Maybe?
I don't know, the thing I saw looked
I think
curved.
there's like little activation things in it that are like keys or something. Unlocking.
Yeah, it looks like a key. It's like blue. Again, I find it so funny that both World of Warcraft and Final Fantasy thought to remake their entire world using a giant dragon, going, you know, giant dragon destroys everything. And it's like, that's how we're gonna go about this. And Elder Scrolls does that too, because Alduin. but he doesn't get away with it.
I don't know if people first watching the cutscene like knew that there was a Bahamut was in there, or even if they knew the cutscene was gonna play, maybe they just thought the servers were gonna shut down.
Does Bahamut just have like one design? When people see him, are they like, "Oh, that's Bahamut," or are they like, "Is this a
No,
big
he's
dragon?"
got a lot of different designs. I mean, it's always a dragon.
Yeah.
A lot of times he doesn't play like a huge role in the story. He's just like a thing you can summon in a battle or something. I think in like 7 there's 3 different Bahamut's. It's like Bahamut Zero and like Neo Bahamut or something.
that
But
sounds Final Fantasy enough.
None of them actually play a role in the story. They're just like summons you can have in battle.
He's got like these Super Smash light things following him.
Yeah, he's a boss in the first game. Not like the final boss, but.
I mean, so something that Final Fantasy does, that that like Elder Scrolls doesn't though is they can get really anime with their music, like they can drop songs in there. I've seen a lot of people doing their raids and there's like actual songs playing as you.
Yeah, it's like rock music and stuff.
Yeah, so you got some like rock opera vibes, and that's something that I like about it. That's always very intense.
There's a lot of different music in there.
I like how like the music gets all triumphant because they're like, look, we're binding him in this thing, and it doesn't work. It seems like it would be bad for everyone involved.
Yeah, now that I think about it, I'm not sure what happened to Bahamut. Before
Now-
the raid, is he just like chilling somewhere?
I recall an extension of this cutscene where the heroes are in like this green expanse.
Oh, it doesn't have that part?
No, because I'm just watching the final 11 minutes, right? So this is just someone filming their screen, right? So this is all they see. It ends.
I guess they wanted to.
Yeah, it
wanted
ends
to
with
leave it on it.
them getting teleported away.
No.
It says like every end marks a new beginning, and it looks like that's just it. I mean, there's 22 seconds, I guess. No, that's it. It says A Realm Reborn, Final Fantasy 14. Now
Yeah, there's
loading.
like there's like an extra minute or 2, I think. That must have been they must have added that later. I guess because it's more of a signifying like the start, which would be kind of weird to put right before servers disconnect forever.
Yeah, it says 13001. The lobby server connection has encountered an error.
Error. They could should have like a custom message.
It's just an error.
Like thanks for playing. I don't know.
Yeah.
But yeah, anyone playing from that period of time gets a forever discount. I think it's like $3 off a month forever for the past decade. Lucky.
Well, they took a risk, and it paid off. This happens. It's interesting. This happened with Final Fantasy, and with ESO, their version of this was One Tamriel. One Tamriel was their A Realm Reborn, and so ESO like went up after that, and then
When they made it like one-time payment.
Yeah. So they went from sub to one time, and they introduced like they were also like you can go anywhere you want. Like zones aren't only alliance based. It was a lot more freedom, to my knowledge, at least from what I understand. And so, but it's interesting. Like ESO had that because they were like, we can't keep doing it this way. It was like the first meeting after release. They got all these reviews, and Final Fantasy did this, and World of Warcraft, interestingly enough, was doing super well, and they decided to do this. It was weird to see that World of Warcraft decided to have a big change, but despite the fact that I'm pretty sure they were doing super well. I mean, like, it was, I think it was... Was it after Lich King? I don't remember. But they were doing pretty well. They just decided to have Cataclysm happen, and I hear it wasn't responded to very well. But how long was 14 out before they did this?
When was the video you're watching uploaded?
11 years ago. November 11th, 2012, a year after Skyrim release.
Yeah, this is November 2012 was when it was shut down. So it lasted 2 years. Because I thought it came out 2010.
This guy says he's got his popcorn. He's ready to see the end of the world. Got my
The game was
popcorn.
released in September 2010 to near universal negative reception.
What was so bad about it?
After two extensions to the initial free trial period, then Square Enix president Yuichi Wada issued a formal apology to players and fans December and announced a dramatic overhaul development team.
But what was so bad about it?
Well, I only know a few things. I know you couldn't jump.
You couldn't jump?
I don't think there was a jump button. I think everything was just really clunky. I mean, you don't care for most of the quests are boring. I think it was just it was definitely worse than that. So it was probably just really clunky. Probably I don't know. It was just boring. I don't know.
I don't know. It looked. I only saw a little bit, but it didn't. It didn't look unbearable. I mean, it definitely it looks graphically. It looks way better these days than it did then.
Outdated and cumbersome programming choices in the source code prevented the more radical modifications necessary to enhance the game. So a lot of stuff was bad, and they couldn't fix a lot of it because of the way it was coded. So they had to Bahamut it and build it from scratch. Oh, planning. Okay, they started making Rememberborn a year before they even shut down 1.0 because they're just alright, we'll leave it up for now, but we have to make a new one.
Yeah, I mean, it makes a lot of sense.
January 2011.
Because then it means that there's a lot shorter time where people can't play your game.
Oh no, just not knowing details, it does sound horrible reading. It says one of the patches they tried was they finally implemented auto attack, so I guess there was no auto attack. Instance dungeons, I don't know what that means. They had non-instance dungeons. I don't quite know what that means.
Does that mean that other players would also get involved, or what? I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know what an instance.
Instance usually means it's a little it's like you're in there with your buddies.
Yeah, a separate instance.
Yeah.
But then the funniest part, just because I have no idea what it means, removal of the controversial fatigue system. I don't even want to know. I don't even know. You just get tired after a while or something. What?
Just you do a dungeon, you need to rest for a couple hours.
Yeah, on the anniversary of the game's release, Wada claimed that the initial launch of Final Fantasy XIV had greatly damaged the Final Fantasy brand. Ouch. I don't know what the team that did that was.
I think that
Oh, it was directed and produced by the guy who was the producer of 11? Which was the other one? Well, I thought 11 was pretty good. It was using the engine from 13. I don't know how that works. Oh yeah, I remember reading this part. It had a bug-laden beta test period that was also super negatively received, and then just released it anyway.
It released anyway.
I thought that part of the beta was to fix it. Maybe it was just the code prevented them from making any sort of major changes they needed to. It's kind of cool that they've kept the numbering though. Since the Realm Reborn's 2.0, Dawn Trail's gonna be 6.0. So like 1.0 is part of the legacy. It's still version 1.
Yeah, people in the comments are even they're like Deathwing, Bahamut.
Yeah, it was most likely inspired. When they were making 11, the first MMO in like 2002, which was like before World of Warcraft, they said the whole development team was like inspired by EverQuest. I don't know if you remember EverQuest.
Yeah, I've definitely heard about it. I remember watching, I think, some EverQuest 2, but
the whole development team was like inspired by that. And so that when they were making A Realm Reborn, the director was like, we just had everyone on the team like play World of Warcraft instead.
Yeah.
It's a lot of WoW fans on the team, I guess.
ESO was like WoW mixed with another game. I forgot what it was. They were like they were like inspired by a lot of WoW and something else mixed together with it. And no doubt that's kind of where they got their alliance idea. That's why when ESO started, they were like super into the alliance thing because everyone likes, picking like alliance or horde, and in my opinion, I think that like to start the game, I don't know. I feel like it would have been enough for just to be like Elder Scrolls, but with your friends, because like really leaning into the PvP-ness at the beginning was kind of disappointing for some people because honestly, like the game is not PvP focused at all. It hasn't been for some time. So, I mean, like, yeah, the Alliance War is a huge part. Obviously, it's like that's the central lore, but I think that
They have like a
focusing
totally
on it
different. They have like a totally different team for PvP.
I don't know.
Development
Probably.
team?
I think they do. I think they have a PvP team.
That seems like a lot to. I mean, 14 obviously is PvP too, but that seems like a lot to develop. I don't know how they. It's almost like a different game.
Yeah, they're gonna do a PvP thing this year. They were like making a big deal about it. They're like, we're gonna do a new PvP thing that you guys can look forward to. I think in Q4, and everyone's excited for that. But I'm not a PvP guy. But it's definitely like it's to the side. I mean, like everyone likes doing or a lot of people like doing the Alliance War, but I think that ESO's attracted a lot of more casual players who just want to quest and do PvE. And I think that the starting with PvP was kind of odd. It was all honestly because it was like the vibe was like, kind of nationalistic. It was like pick your team, screw everyone else. This is a game about war. And it was like, Elder Scrolls isn't Fallout. It's not about war. It's about more than that. And I'm kind of glad that doesn't have that vibe anymore. To the point where the devs have now made the 3 characters that were constantly killing each other. At one point, one literally does kill another one. And they made these 3 characters instead meet up, and now they're allies, and they're like adventuring together, trying to stop the war and stuff like that. And it's like, okay, you can tell that the game has moved a little bit further away from the PvP aspect, which I know a lot of people are annoyed at, but I just feel like Elder Scrolls is more about the adventuring and the lore and the locations and stuff, and it's not centrally a PvP game. But I'm glad that it has player versus player content. It was just weird to have that be like the base. Like, this is how we're going to start the game. We're going to really show it off that way. Thank you so much for the raid, Hero. What did you do? How was things? I mean, like, if you watched, like, the beginning ESO cinematics, they were like, they were all so very dark. So very dark, and honestly, very depressing. Hold on, give me a second. Let's see here. Because, like, I mean, it was cool. Obviously, like, the lore was always there, right? Which is good. But here's the thing: in the trailer, there's a point where they're all trying to kill each other, and then they get attacked by Daedra, and they have to fight the Daedra off. And it's like, you think that would be the end of them trying to kill each other, but they just kind of go back to trying to kill each other.
What?
That's the thing. That's why ESO's logo is an Ouroboros, is because that's the symbol of the three alliances constantly eating each other while their world is burning anyway. And
have they changed the logo?
They changed the logo a few times for various DLCs. You know, like Greymore had a different logo and stuff like that. But the ESO logo is always the Ouroboros, because the Alliance War is this kind of the central reason for a lot of stuff going on.
So it's still going on. It's just those three people aren't killing each other anymore.
Yeah. So it's still going on. I mean, like, we've technically now the lore has gotten closer to ending it with High Isle. You know, like, after the events of High Isle, essentially during the main story, you get a chance to get all the alliance leaders together to, like, you know, form an agreement and try to stop the Daedric invasion, but they can't work together. They literally just hate each other. And so the story just continues on with them hating each other, and you have to do it yourself with the Mages Guild and Fighters Guild, because the Mages and Fighters Guilds are not, like, politically attached to any alliance. So literally, the Alliance War is just like, no, screw you. We don't care that the world is ending. And that was it put a bad taste in my mouth. It was like, well, that's just a sad ending for these leaders. But then High Isle continues, and High Isle is about, essentially, it's like, okay, take two, we're going to try again. And the Alliance leaders get together, and you get the feeling that the Alliance War has been going on for a while, and everyone's just fed up at this point. And it's about, like, trying to come to an agreement. And yeah, so it seems like they're kind of leaning, you get the idea that that the war could end at some point soon. We don't really know how it ends. You know, we don't know really what happens. But yeah. There's so many things that cinematic that should have been consulted with the designers. I don't know, things look pretty accurate. I mean, like, they do have, like, that big weird bridge, which is odd, but there's a lot of things in these cinematics that don't match up. You know, it happens. The graphics of the cinematics got better over time.
I mean, it's also been like 10 years for them too.
But I mean, like the Nord hero literally, like the elf hero is buried under rocks, and the Nord hero, like, digs her out, and it looks like, oh, it's cool, you know, like, there's some humanity going on here, but no, he's just taking her so that he can enslave her and use her powers against in the war. And it's like, okay, this is just upsetting. You know, this is just sad. But you do get a cool shot of Lake Romer and the Imperial City. I don't remember the shot. This is pretty cool. But yeah, it's a very grim vibe. The game started with a very grim vibe that I'm not a huge fan of. But then, you know, like, I forgot, you got like 3 or 4 of these cinematics, and there's really good action. The White Gold Tower has a lot more black on it than I'm used to, but it still looks pretty neat. Yeah, actually, no, the graphics are pretty good. Yeah, the map layout's weird. There's a lot of issues with a lot of these cinematics that I've just, if you're like really into, like, accuracy when you're looking at promotional material, you're gonna have a bad time. You know, like I remember, like, looking at the Blackwood promotional image and being like, what direction are we looking at here? Like the sun is setting, but that's the south. I'm getting like really into like taking apart the details, but it's like, it's a promotional image. I'm looking too much into it, probably. There's no way any cinematics are going to get everything right. Especially the Blackwood cinematics. The Blackwood cinematics were all over the place. It's like, what is even going on? That's nothing to do with the story at all. It's very odd. Hi-Ah was pretty good. Necrom was good. Blackwood was very confusing. Oh, that's pretty cool. I don't remember that shot. Ooh, hey, this shot of the Imperial City. There's like a top-down shot of the Imperial City that's really neat. I don't remember this shot either. It'd be even prettier if it wasn't, you know, the apocalypse. Skipping ahead, there's Mana Marco. He keeps his hair so clean. It was very like, it was very like Lord of the Rings vibes at some points. Armies all in droves, very dark and dirty. A lot of chaos. And pretty much every Argonian dies. I remember this. Like Argonians don't get anything to do in these cutscenes but die. That's always sad. But I mean, like, once these ones are done, you do get like Morrowind, I think, was the next cinematic. Let's see. Yes, Morrowind's the next cinematic. So here's the cool thing about the Morrowind cinematic, is that they went very accurate with this one. Because the Morrowind cinematic is literally an actual thing that happens just straight up in the lore, and you can read about it. So it's like you can read it in, like in text, and you can also see it visually, which is something that hasn't happened since. I mean, there might be a couple like tiny differences, but for the most part, it's basically super accurate. And so that's pretty neat. These Argonians don't want to die, so they run away, which is fair. They're not being paid enough. If I recall correctly, the cinematic is about Naryu tracking down like a leader in the Morag Tong, I think, who's like trying to get other members assassinated. And she's got to assassinate him, like assassins stabbing assassins. I need to read again. And also there's a fucking bear. Nobody saw that coming. I mean, it's just way better. I mean, like this vibe where like you suddenly know who you're rooting for. You're like, there's clearly a good guy here and clearly a bad guy here, and the action's incredibly good. I think this is a step up, and obviously it makes sense for their first chapter. You can probably find these in higher quality, maybe. Let me see. I don't want to damage anything, but I think this is the only cinematic with like Dwemer robots. And homunculi. The designs are pretty accurate. Don't know what ruin this is supposed to be, though. Quick thinking.
Return swiftly, Morag Tong.
Now, okay, so now, let's see. We've got a shot that looks like it should be looking from the south to the north. Obviously, Vivek City looks significantly more expanded. The land's a little bit too close to. I mean, you know, obviously you're gonna get some things, but I like how dusty Bardau is, though. And also Red Mountain was kind of going off there, but Crystal. Okay, so man, I haven't watched the Somerset one in ages. There's a lot of colors. There's a lot more red. It's a lot more like Artaeum. Let me see if I can up this a bit more. They kind of slowed down the amount of cinematics they had. They used to have like a couple, maybe a few a year, and then they moved on to like just like one as like an advertisement. That was it. Like Gold Road's got one, Necrom's got one. I kind of wish they would make more. They made one in Elsewhere that was a big spoiler, and I'm glad I didn't see it somehow because it was a huge spoiler. I don't know how I missed it because I think they aired it at the Game Awards, but I could be wrong. I don't know what possessed them to like, because basically it was basically like exactly what happens in game. You know, it's just like in a cinematic, and it's like we're just gonna show everybody, even though this just came out. They never did that again. Let me tell you. Yeah.
I see a familiar place. Haunted by shadows. Shadows that spread across the lands, seeking to rule over all. In the dark.
Yeah, I don't recall seeing this. I don't recall seeing some of these shots in these trailers. I mean, they've got a shot here where she's like looking up at the Crystal Tower, and it's like all being torn apart by Nocturnal, and it's like that's something that happens like near the end of the story. I mean, is the character's supposed to be having like a dream of it happening, but it's, I don't know. It's interesting to like that we're just gonna skip ahead and show that, but you don't know who's doing it. I guess it's just weird. But you get to see the Crystal Tower pretty early on.
Remains of my home.
Your home needs you now more than ever.
It's interesting that this video has captions, like in-video captions.
You carry an aura of confusion and despair. Tell this one. What did you see?
I saw a familiar place, covered in strange shadows. Shadows that are in plain view.
Oh yeah, we get Barbas. I forgot we got like an HD Barbas.
Yet hidden.
You ever see those people that are like they like see a fully cinematic cutscene for a game, and they're like, why can't they just make a movie like this? Like, people have no idea how expensive these things are. Like, every second is probably so expensive, and they're like, why don't they just make a movie that's this quality, or a TV show? It's like, guys, it would be so hard. I mean, like, I don't even know if Amazon could pull that off.
Waiting to pounce on fear.
Oh yeah, that's a neat shot. That's pretty cool.
Crawling silently among us. Releasing poisons of deceit.
Now, the design they have here is the design they use, but there will be designs later on in cinematics that they just don't use in the game, which I wish they would.
For purity.
Shadows that soar and grow in power. As chaos unfolds and consumes the world.
How did this vision of yours?
I'm glad they don't shy away from using the theme often.
I died. All was lost.
Wow, I forgot how long this was. I actually made them this long. Again.
The worst night.
Well, they're making them like yearly, aren't they?
Say what?
They're making them like yearly, aren't they?
Yeah, but I mean, Somerset just got one, but Somerset's is pretty lengthy. I mean, Gold Road's was like Gold Road. They had like a teaser that was like made up of clips from it, and then you watch the whole thing, and it's like, well, it wasn't that much longer than the teasers. I mean, like Somerset's, you've got full voice acting, and I don't know, it's a lot more to it. That's for sure. I don't think they're going to be doing any more for Gold Road. I think that like what we've got is pretty much it.
At last.
Maybe they were like, yeah, we don't need more. So what?
They've done multiple for one expansion.
Yeah, when Elsewhere is going to be the next one that I go through, and Elsewhere they had 3, which was, I think, probably something to do with their idea to do like yearly, like year-long content, because Elsewhere was the year where they started doing like dungeons related to the story, chapter, more dungeons related to the story, small DLC zone. That was their year that they started doing that, and maybe they started doing the more cinematics to reflect that. I don't know. But yeah, I mean, like also like you've got a shot here of the Crystal Tower, and what it might be Eleanor honestly looks more like shimmering. It's also in the wrong direction, but it's they're not gonna get maps and everything super accurate. I mean, like High Isle as well. When we get to High Isle, that's gonna be super map inaccurate as well. They might not even know what the map's gonna look like when they make these things, but I don't know. They just pick what looks pretty. That's for sure. I think the most popular ESO cinematic is, interestingly enough, High Isles, because it has that clip of Ascendant Lord versus the 3 Alliance members that is so popular that it's completely left the Elder Scrolls fan base and entered just general culture, I guess. I keep seeing it posted and people are like, "We don't even know what this is from." And then when they find out it's ESO, everyone's like, "Oh, it's ESO, but the game doesn't look this cool." It's like, yeah, well, duh. It's an incredibly expensive cinematic. You think the game's gonna look like this? It's a multiplayer. It's an MMO. So I like the Elsewhere cinematic is somewhat accurate to what happens in game. It's close mostly, because like in the game you've got Abner Tharn. He puts together this key to unlock a demon weapon that he thinks is going to end the war because he's tired of the war, and then he takes the key to like the place where the demon weapon is. He figures out that the demon weapon is dragons, and he's too late to stop his half-sister from unleashing the dragons. Whereas in the cinematic, he takes the key to the vault, and it like puts itself together and unlocks the vault, and he can't stop it. And there's his half-sister is in here. It would kind of clutter up everything going on. So it's just the general idea of what happens. It's at least got the important bits. And I like how they don't even show you that it's dragons until a certain portion of the cinematic. It's like, oh, what are they running from? There's fire, I guess. You just see like you're just like, I don't even know what that is. Obviously, this was a big deal because people were really into dragons after Skyrim, and they hadn't seen them for 8 years at this point. And so we're like, oh shit, we're doing dragons now. So here we got a shot of Rimmon here, and obviously it's not like completely one-to-one, but you've got the architecture right. You can see the aqueduct. It's decent as long as the aesthetics right.
I don't remember if I've actually seen all the cinematics.
Maybe not. I mean, like, literally when I'm rewatching these, I'm, like, seeing shots where I'm like, I don't remember the shot. But I recently rewatched these ones, so I know the Elsewhere ones pretty well.
And for some reason, I've still only done Morrowind.
You only done what?
I guess Morrowind. I think that's the only expansion story I've ever done, ever.
Elsewhere's pretty good. I redid that one recently. I love the look of this. Okay, so like there's this shot where it's this group of Argonians who are like they're transferring the Daggerfall Covenant Alliance member, like one of the 3 main guys. They're transferring him in like a prison cage to Rimmon. So they're like guarding him, and then like they hear something and they turn around to see what they hear, and like they're it's a dragon, but it's hard to see because it's like they're also looking at the sun at the same time. So this Argonian does this blink like, what am I seeing? What I think I'm seeing? Is that a dragon? What the heck is that? And then they all just start running for their lives. The Argonians tend to run a lot in these cinematics. This isn't fair. I'm waiting for us to get a Black Marsh chapter where we just get like a full cinematic of Argonians being badasses. They do make up for it a little bit in Blackwood, where they have an Argonian do like a cool tail whip, and then that kind of makes up for it. But that's all we have for now.
That's how I feel about the Khajiit in Skyrim. There's like 5 of them.
Yeah, Khajiit and Argonians barely get anything in Skyrim, and there's more if you play Oblivion, but the cinematic's pretty good. So like the Breton Daggerfall Covenant Alliance member is freed because of all the chaos. He's broken free of his prison. He's like an undead necromancer, at this point. So, you know, because like I said, he was killed. You know, he's like not dead, but not dead. Yeah, they put a lot of effort into this one. There's a lot of kinetic set pieces. Buildings falling apart. Everything's on fire. But it's also nighttime, so you got the harsh lighting from the flames. This is also the cinematic where you get the iconic shot of Chimera hissing at the dragon after the dragon roars in her face. The dragon just like growls in her face, and she's just like. The necromancer dude turns into his bone Goliath form and starts fighting the dragon as a big skelly dude. He does pretty well, but you can't win that fight. Anytime like a rune shows up, I've been trying to like pause it and read the runes to see if I can translate them, and I think I translated like a word once, but for the most part it's just so blurry because everything's happening so fast. And Saisahan's here too. So I mean, this is a pretty good. They show that it takes a lot of effort to beat a dragon. Obviously, it's like just one dragon, and it's taking like an army and a lot of main characters to take out one dragon. So it's a far cry from just watching like the last Dragonborn take out a dragon, because they're the last Dragonborn. So Chimera literally jumps right onto Dragon's wing and just sticks a dagger in it and uses the gravity of her falling to just tear right down the membrane, which always looks like it hurts really bad. The shot of the moons is pretty cool as well. You know what, I'm going to, so there's 3 of these, like I said, but I am going to skip through the spoiler one, because it is spoilery, even though I've probably talked about it plenty of times, but the longer I talk about it, the more spoilery it is. I'm going to go. So you got Greymoor's. Going back to Greymoor's is very dark again. Things get very dark, but it was very exciting to, it was very exciting to go back to Solitude and like see Solitude again. And I was like, oh, I was so pumped. I was like, oh, it's Solitude. We're going back to my favorite Skyrim city. I mean, I was kind of glad it was Solitude and not Whiterun, because I wanted to get Solitude as quickly as possible. Obviously, if we get Whiterun now, it's like, you know, that's cool. I've got my Solitude. I'm really glad Greymore was not the year where they went back into dragons. That would have, I think, that would have been a little bit annoying. They're like, oh look, Skyrim and dragons again, we're doing this. Instead, they did a heavy focus on vampires and werewolves and capitalizing on the Grey Host lore, which had been established 6 years earlier. Also, I don't think any of these Nord armor designs are ever used. It doesn't really look familiar to me, but... They like show this vampire, you know, turn into all these bats and fly towards a big tall mountain. They're like, oh, it's the Throne of the World. We're gonna get Throne of the World lore. But you know, no. Doesn't really look much like Rod Al-Saran, but... yeah, you can tell that the graphics just... they jumped up. Texturing is really good. The accuracy of this map, I think, was okay. It looks like it does in game, and then like they just kind of show this nondescript chamber, which is kind of like you don't know where this is. So I mean, at this point, it's fine. I kind of wish ESO... I mean, I can't wait until ESO gives us more Skyrim content, because outside of, like, the actual Nord content they give us, they honestly don't have enough cool Nord stuff. Nords often end up being a little bit of the joke. They're like, look, they like mead, you know. I hope they take advantage of the next DLC and go back to, like, how cool they can be. Which is probably gonna be Whiterun / Winterhold. Because the thing is, so if we get Winterhold, we can see what Winterhold looked like before the collapse, right? Before, like, everything happened. So that could be a huge selling point, is like we get to see Winterhold before everything happened. And I'm gonna guess, like, the architecture might be very similar to the College of Winterhold. They could use that as, like, the template, so, and that would look really good. All, like, the smooth curves and the circular holes. Yeah, so 2020 got 2 videos. So Elsewhere got 3. Greymoor got 2. Blackwood gets 3, I think. And I remember when, before Blackwood was announced, they had a teaser before the Game Awards. Because this was back when they did teasers at the Game Awards for ESO. They posted a teaser onto Twitter. And I remember being like so excited. It was so small. It was like, I don't even know what I could extrapolate from it. But then not too long after, during the Game Awards, we got this cinematic, and this one's pretty. The way the layout is pretty good. Like, I can totally tell that's Leyawiin. You see the Niben going south. The chapel's in the right place. They paid attention to it, even though it's like way in the distance. The format still looks very Leyawiin-y. So yeah, it's pretty good. But I mean, like, again though, these I don't really know what else is going on in these Blackwood cinematics. They're pretty to look at though, but they don't really line up. But they do have a cool Argonian, and that's all it really needs. Now, when this cinematic happened, there was like, everyone was going back and forth, because this is all we really had. Everyone was going back and forth, and we're like, okay, this is clearly gonna be Imperial, because you can see an Imperial style city in the distance. You can see a chapel. Like, what city is this? And it was like, is this Leyawiin or is this Skingrad? And everyone was going back and forth, Leyawiin or Skingrad. I was like, guys, this is clearly Leyawiin. It's on the river. And in the dream, we see Argonian architecture. So I'm like, this is clearly going to be in the Blackwood area. I mean, like, it's like there ain't gonna be anything Argonian if we're in Skingrad. So I was Team Leyawiin. But yeah. I don't remember when they showed us that shot, though. That might have been in the teaser. This must be so weird because you're not actually watching. This is like descriptions. But like, so here's another thing with the Blackwood cinematics is that you've got the Waking Flame here, Dagon cultists. They look completely different in the cinematic than they do in game. They've got like these robes that look like the Mythic Dawn, and they've got these masks, kind of much more smooth than the Mythic Dawn, significantly cooler than what they look like in game. But I guess they decided to go with something different. That looks like it would hurt so badly. I mean, it's cool that they're in like a Zanmir. That's really cool. I like that. But like, what's happening here? I mean, so she's not an ambition, obviously. I mean, we know the ambitions. So still not sure what's gonna be happening here, but I was almost expecting like a big reveal, like, and nope, don't know who you are. Never seen you before. And he's like, I got Oblivion. So he's got the Mysterium Xarxes, you know, reading through it. I mean, it looks like he's trying to, like, it looks like if she was an ambition, I think things would make more sense. Like, oh, trying to, you know, it would just make more lore sense, but I mean, she's just a person as far as we know. Cool action scene incoming, though. And Argonian actually gets to do something. I remember when this came out, I was like, this is the best cinematic to exist for the game. Wait, there it was! There it was, right there. There it was. There's the tail whip. Block, and then swap. She just shoots him point blank with an arrow. Like, that arrow is like an inch away from his body and just launch it. Ow. I love how the guy gets up, cracks his neck like he's going to do something cool physically, but he just kind of opens the cages. I don't really know if you can make a portal using the Mysterium Xarxes, but I honestly don't know if you can't. So, I'll just go with it. Anyway, I love how the idea here goes, oh, you know, we're in imminent danger. We're being attacked by people with weapons and then also dangerous creatures. So, we're going to instead go to the Deadlands where we are attacked by the god of destruction, which is a better idea. So in these cutscenes, they're like, okay, we need the Mysterium Xarxes, like it is special. So they take the Mysterium Xarxes, and it's like, well, we've got that. We're okay now. So they just kind of all walk away, because the Mysterium Xarxes is important. And Dagon is like, with the Mysterium Xarxes, I can do a thing. Ow. I mean, so Dagon's making like a gate, like, you know, he puts a gate together and he's using the Xarxes to make it, which I guess is somewhat relevant in a way, kind of, sort of. But I mean, this is definitely not what happens in game in any way. I need to redo it, but it's, you know, it's the plot's more like, you know, oh, I need the ambitions so I can get back to Tamriel, and not particularly I need the book so I can get back to Tamriel. But I mean, they didn't want to really talk about the ambitions, you know, because it was a big plot thing. Not really a spoiler, but more like just something interesting that they didn't want to give away. So I can see why they wouldn't want to get into that yet. So they just kind of went for a more generic what's happening here. This is pretty cool though. Teeth. Not sure why she didn't just kick this guy, by the way. Kicking would have been significantly better. Anyway, gate made through the power of books. They just leave Lyron there. That is uncool. That's pretty uncool. Anyway, we're back here from where we started. From where we began. I guess that's kind of why they were sleeping in the middle of nowhere. They were probably exhausted. Anyway, she survived. I bet she's wondering why she didn't just kick that guy, but she survived. The Argonia's got a bandage over his eye, which is awesome. And I kind of wish that would be a thing that you could do in-game. I mean, look how cool that looks. Anyway, so that was what they did for for Blackwood. A little bit confusing, but very fun to look at. High Isle is next, which is High Isle has I think 2 or 3 cinematics. I guess come to think of it, maybe 2. High Isles was the most confusing. This was the single most confusing of the cinematics, and I watched this cinematic so much that I could play it in my head if I closed my eyes. Because this was when I was like really starting to overanalyze everything. But I mean, the question is, it's like okay, you've got like a map here, you've got land, you've got ships heading towards an island, right? And it's like, okay, a lot of people were like, we're going to Piandania? This is going to be a sea elf thing? This doesn't look sea elvish. So I mean, yeah, I mean, they don't even have the Colossus here, you know, but still. The vibe is still there. And it's like, okay, well, we got the different alliances with these little ships. And the storm happens. And so people are like, oh, it's gotta be sea elves, you know, because of weather manipulation. And then this was when people were like, okay, wait, this is Breton. This is clearly Breton. Everyone was understanding that we were on the Breton train now. But that's incredibly confusing. Because everyone's like, what are you going to do for Bretons? Everything Breton has been covered, every bit of High Rock, so like, what are you going to do? And everyone was so confused. And they let us simmer for a really long time over what this next thing was going to be. So I decided to watch the very beginning with the map. And I was like, well, okay, well, if we can look at the map, we can figure out, you know, what's coming up. So I looked at this map, I went super high quality, I upped the contrast, I did everything, I made diagrams, I, you know, went over the top. And because you can see right here, this is High Rock. It's very hard to see with this quality. This is High Rock, and this is Hammerfell, right? It extends a little bit to Kefrim's Boot over here, and you've got Strasbourg Kai here. And you could see it better if I had a better quality. It's very blurry when it gets close, but then like so it's like, okay, so this land is clearly to the west of Hammerfell, and I'm like, the only thing to the west of Hammerfell that I can think of is Yakuta. I'm like, there's no way we're going to Yakuta. They wouldn't do that, would they? There were people tossing around the sisters. That was definitely an idea that people were tossing around. But I'm like, those aren't in this direction. This is clearly going west. But, yeah. Apparently I was wrong. This honestly is probably the most inaccurate map I've ever seen in my life. Now, I'm not sure where the Ascendant Lord gets his maps, but he should shop somewhere else. The format of the island, because I remember like looking at these islands and I was like, I see 3 islands here. It looks like 3 islands. It's gotta be, it looks like it would be the sisters, but I was like, it's not the right direction. That's just, that map was so bad. It is a very pretty cinematic though. Anyways, what follows is the super cool one. Wait, hold on. I mean, the way it looks is gorgeous, really. I mean the Ascendant Order have like a distinct look. I mean, look at that guard. He's like, oh, look at that guy. He's clearly part of the Ascendant Order. I mean, usually if you want to have a low profile, you don't have an outfit, but. I mean, they seem to have a certain look to them. Someone's gonna catch on, eventually. Anyway, so this is when you like, okay, we're like, oh hey, that's the elf hero. You know, we haven't seen her since what, Somerset or something? Like it's been a while. I think it's been the longest since we've seen her. So it's like, okay, well, what is she doing here? And then now it's like, okay, well, here's the Breton hero. We haven't seen him since elsewhere. So we're starting to have them come together, which is cool. Also, I like that this is clearly Amanos. You know. This I'm pretty sure it is. Pretty sure that's where it crashed. Yeah. Also, these are the worst guards of all time. I mean, these guys, I'll give them, you know, they clearly got sniped. But, like, this guy up here, he is hit in the shoulder. He is hitting the shoulder armor with an arrow. I mean, look at that. You can even see the spark. Bing! You know, it's not even stuck at him. And he just tosses himself over the wall. Worst guard of all time. And so it was cool to see them be like, yeah, we'll be buddies, we'll be friends. I mean, they've had you know their moments before, but when the Nord teams up with them, that's when you realize that okay, we're actually doing a team here. And he's like, look how many medals I won. Check it. Any tips for a beginner? I'd say take it slow. Take it slow. Don't try to rush to end game. Yeah, there's a lot of menus, obviously, that can be kind of overwhelming, but you will understand them over time. And don't be afraid to join like a beginner's guild, because people will help you out and give you tips. Maybe even, you know, even if you need some gold or items or assistance getting items, people will help. But yeah, I mean, like, you can find guild boards in cities, which might have guilds that you can join. But I highly advise, if you're going to pick a guild, pick one that says beginner friendly. But other than that, I'd say take it slow, and I personally, my personal opinion is like, you know, like pick a zone and do stuff in that zone, and then, like, you know, maybe move to another zone when you feel like you've done a lot in there. That's kind of how I worked when I was playing through. And here's a tip. If you want an adventure, talk to the hooded figure. So how many I guess this is the third cinematic. So yeah, they get 3. High Isle gets 3 cinematics, which is pretty good. I mean, that's like the max amount. So yeah, here's the I'm doing the iconic alliance members against the Ascendant Lord fight. And a lot of people are like, well, it's cool if you root for the Ascendant Lord in this fight. But it's at this point, you're like seeing all these guys working together for once after so long. You just had to root for them, right? I mean, like it was just cool to see them working together. But it's a very tough fight. I mean, they're also fighting at an angle. That must be kind of hard. Those roofs are sturdy, though. I like how he doesn't go like, he's not like, I'm not gonna stab this guy. I am going to toss him off a roof. Which honestly costs him in the long run. Now this shot right here, where he's getting stabbed, I was like increasing the brightness and everything, trying to see if I could recognize who this Ascendant Lord was. Very mysterious. Couldn't figure it out. I was like, it's just a guy. So I couldn't come to any conclusions. He just punches him right in the face. And like, that probably did it. We're probably good. And you get Ipholon exploding. The particles, that's a good detail. Alright, so now we're moving on to finally the very end. Well, actually, no, not the very end. We have Gold Road, but this was 2023, so this will not have Gold Road. Yeah, so we're gonna move on to Necrom, which doesn't like try to really do anything that happens like in the lore. It kind of plays it safe. So I mean, it's got Torvasard and stuff, but it just kind of avoids stepping on the toes of anything while also being cool. Also got this really cool Dunmer guy with amazing facial hair. He gets beat up a lot, though. He needs healing all the time. I mean, she's like, fine, I'll heal you. Goodness gracious. And this was the first shot we ever got of Necrom, right? This was like something that took my breath away. I was like, this is, you know, I've been yearning to see it, so pretty crazy to see. You got like a funerary procession going through Necrom. All these priests. Keepers of the Dead. You have Torvasar just walking along with them. Incredibly cool horizontal flip shot. Turns out they're all Torvasard. There's a lot of them. It's kind of like what happened to Marak. She's like, I'm gonna move a little bit faster up these stairs. That's a really good shot of Hermaeus Mora. All right, so yeah, that's it for hold on, give me a second. For let me see if I can get Gold Road just to even it off, even though I didn't do every single one. But I'm gonna do Gold Road trailer. There's reactions. Let's see. So this is a trailer. Obviously, I've seen this a zillion times. I think what surprised me the most about like when I was seeing this is that I was like, okay, wait, are we showing Athelia now? I was like, this has to be Athelia, but I was still in like disbelief that we were just straight up seeing the character, you know, right off the bat. Because you know, we went from like no one was really even saying her name to okay, now we're like we're just gonna sort of show her. Man, this one looks good. I wish it was longer. So we've got Torvasard again. His hand's kind of shaking as he's like, he's at an alien ruin here. It's like a mirror pool. It's like it looks like a almost a burnt alien ruin in the distance. This is in the West Weald. We have our buddies again. They're here again. After taking a year break, they've got what we now know as, I believe, called the Staff of Paz. We don't really know much about the Staff of Paz even now. You know, we just know that it was, you know, it's important. That's about all we know. It's amazing how much isn't officially released. I don't quite know why they want to take it there, because it sounds like they don't want Athelia to be freed. Torvasard does, though. I love the character dynamic here, and then he like gives him a glare, like, was that necessary? Did you need to do that? And he's like, what? And so he's got to make a choice here. It's like, let go of the staff or let go of your friend. And so now all of reality is at stake. But it was, you know, it was sweet. He probably could have survived the fall. So yeah, our first, like, up-close look at Athelia. She seems to be, like, putting herself back together and remembering. Now suddenly he's somewhere else. He's like on the other side. He's like, what? Yeah, he's like, suddenly I'm in her prison now, and you know she's not here, and he kind of looks betrayed. He kind of looks like he feels bad. He's gonna leave. And so now the heroes are stuck in this prison, which I guess we know now is technically, you know, it's in Apocrypha. So I guess if Hermes Mora wants, he could just let them go. But at the moment, they don't know where they are. And look at the look on her face. She's like, are we stuck here forever? You know? That would be horrifying. And that's where we are now. You also get this really clean. Hold on, let's check out that pan shot of Skingrad. I mean, it's pretty sweet. I don't remember if this is the format or not. I mean, like, you've got the two halves. I don't remember which half has what though. I think the cathedral's on that half. You got the vineyards on the left there. Very crisp fall style. And Athelia is just kind of wandering through. You can't get the pup anymore. You can't get the doggo. Well, yeah, I think you can get the mount, maybe. But I don't think you can get the pup anymore. June 3rd, last set of month. Yeah, so that's where we're at now. I didn't go through all of them, but I went through most of them. It's 2:30. I should probably just... Let's see. Who is live? I've kept you here hostage this whole time. There's no way you can be in another call. You're stuck in this call. Unless you have like another Discord. Can you still hear me?
Yes.
Knew it. Alright, I'm probably gonna leave the call. So Like what? We got to be up by. It starts at 1. So. I'll see you then. Bye.
Bye.
I'm going to raid Terrawin, who is doing. It says raid. It says raids, dungeons, and achievements. I guess for being here, it's appreciated. I will see you next time. Just let me get this ready here.